Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue our coverage of California versus Monica Sementilli. We are in day 25 and I've got my little sidekick here. You say hi. Oh, meow. Hi. Hi. Meow. She gave a silent meow. Meow, meow. Oh, and she's going to find her way to the lap. Where are you? What are you doing, kiddo? So, yes, follow kitty. Kitty butt in the mic. You gonna say hello? Meow, meow. Oh, I get a lick. So how's everybody doing today? Friday, right? It is Friday, last time I checked. Why can I, oh. Am I dropping frames already? Okay, no. Pammy, were you first in chat? That's as far back as I can scroll, so I'm going to go with you were first in chat. Fala, good morning. Leslie, good morning to you. Beautiful day in Florida today. I was out cleaning our gutters and our roof, and man, it's beautiful out. Clear blue skies. What's the temp? You got 67 degrees, clear blue skies. Ooh, 68 right now. Absolutely spectacular. Right, Super Bowl? You concur? It's a beautiful day, right? Oh, it's a good girl. That's a good girl. Super Bowl concurs. It's a beautiful day out. Therapist, you know, good morning to you. Krista, limited edition. How are you? Yes, Krista, Pammy's daughter. We're going to have her and two of her founders, co-founders of the Advocacy conference. So that's going to be exciting. That's coming up on Wednesday, you guys. I'm really, really excited about that. Shirley Roth, good morning to you. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, hello, hello. Carol O'Neill, good morning to you. Cajun Bayou Queen, good to see you. Nan R, hello, hello. Britt, good morning to you. Giddy. Gordon, hey, how you doing? Irish Amy, how are you? Thank you so much for joining us. Yes, Leslie, gorgeous weather. Gorgeous weather right now. Couldn't ask for a better day right now. And then I think it's supposed to cloud up and rain over the weekend, just in time for my brother and his wife to come. But they've been in Florida all month, so they've been getting some good sun. So I don't care if it's going to be a little cloudy. Hey, Pam Zavada, how are you? Eli, hello from California. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. How's your guys' Friday going? Everybody having a good Friday so far? As we pick up on day, my notes, I had day 25. I'm sorry, day 52. It's actually, that's really funny because it's the 52nd witness coming up, but it's day 25. So I had day 52 and I'm like, wait a minute, there's no way it's been day 52. Although it feels like it's been day 52 or 51 days, but it's only been 25 days. Oof. Let's see here. So yesterday was pretty interesting with well, Super Bowl is on my notes. So we had Chris Austin do some more testifying, And then Cy Ray, I kind of liked him, right? He was pretty cool. He was the mobile device geolocation expert. I really liked what he was saying because, let me see, did I take any screenshots that we can share? Let's see. I really liked his presentation. You know, he has a really good presentation. Let's see, devices. All right, I didn't really take anything necessary, but I thought he was really he was pretty spot on with. There were over 5,000 communications per month, and that wasn't even counting Viber. I just can't imagine talking to somebody 5,000 times a month. I mean, well, I'd have to see what Aaron and I, because we text each other a lot, even though we're in the same house. It would be interesting to see how many communications we have per month. But then it completely stopped, you know, around the event, the incident. It just completely stopped. So they were going 5,000 times a month, right? And then it just completely stopped. And she communicated 49.8% of her communication, basically 50%, right? I mean, for all intents and purposes, 50% of the time she communicated with Baker. And I think everybody else combined were the other, 51%. That's just amazing. She didn't even communicate with her husband that much or her kids. There were 16,462 communications, not including Viber, over 9 months. 577 calls, 15,885 messages. And they first started communicating December 14th of 2015. That's when they first started to communicate. And the majority of the communications was from 9 to midnight. So those 5,000 communications a month, the majority of those happened between 9 and midnight. They must have been just like, oops, sorry. They must have just been like, just continually messaging each other. Jeez. Right? That's just insane. It's just insane. Yeah, Dave. Yep. So, starting the day off good. Comcast seems to be acting up. All right, well, hopefully the audio will still work. This isn't even working. Is this working? Is that even working? No, this isn't even working. All right. All right. Doesn't seem like my live chat's working either. Looks like it's going to be one of those days, guys. Audio is good for you in video. Thank you, Irish Amy. Yeah, no, it's not here. Something really bad is. Come on, man. All right, we'll just power through. So you can, yep, audio seems to be good. Having, all right, well, whatever. We'll just keep moving on. Here's what it is. I can't pull up any chats. I'm not sure why. Okay, that's why. Let's try that. Reload. Okay, let's try that. Let me see if that comes through. All right. Yes. All right. Got that working again. Okay. So let's see, where were we? Yeah, so between 9 and midnight, that's the majority of the communications came through. What would happen? And again, like, I just don't, that's like a 3-hour window. So there were 5,000 in February, 7,000 in March, 2,600 in April, and then Viber. They got Viber, April 11th. Then, then they were in Las Vegas. So it must have been 2016 they got Viber. April 11th they got Viber because they were in Las Vegas July 24th of 2016. And Austin was there too, right? And I love the fact that Mr. Ray, he had that really cool showing where the phones were connecting to the towers. I thought that was pretty cool. So he shows Monica, Baker, and Austin were all near the Aria. And then Fabio's phone moves to Mandalay Bay. And as soon as his phone moves there, 10:59, basically 11 o'clock, that's when Monica calls. Then Baker, Austin, and Monica all go back to LA on February 26th. But Fabio stays until the 28th. I wonder if he knew that, wonder what she told him that he was going, that she was going back. I wonder if she's just like, okay, I'll see you later. And she didn't say who she was going back with, All right, we seem to be okay. Hey, Tammy and KS, how are you? Assy guy, you got spotted. Father, take this moment. Let's see. Take this moment brought to us by Comcast. Remember to hit the like button and show them we will not be defeated. We aren't going anywhere. Thank you, Father. Yeah, it seemed like, all right, it seems like we're okay now. So we'll see. Hopefully they're doing some work, not Comcast, but there are some construction guys putting in like sidewalks, or they're fixing the sidewalks, but it's like a half a mile from here, a mile. So I don't know. I don't know if that's causing anything. But all right, so continuing with Mr. Ray's testimony from yesterday. So they get back to, they get back to LA. Oh, and then, so then on the 22nd of January, so that's the day before Fabio is deleted, Baker's phone is tracked to LAX. And then, remember, Austin said he got picked up and then they just kind of hung out and chilled until like 3 or 4. Well, sure enough, 3 o'clock, there was a phone call from Monica, and then Baker leaves the apartment. Then they they go to ATM and they withdraw. And then Miss Silverman, she had the receipt from that bank. I thought that was so cool. And then Baker, then Fabio goes to that strip mall or plaza or whatever, and Fabio goes there to get some pho. And Monica confirmed with one of the daughters to pick up, her order. I think it was like fried rice or something. So then on January 23rd at 6:50, so 7 o'clock in the morning, Monica is already talking to Baker. And then they show his phone going to Target. He goes in, then he parks in that secluded area. And then Monica leaves home and goes to Target. So, of course they knew what was going on. How could she not know what's going on? I don't know. Well, it's going to boil down to Baker, right? It's going to boil down to his... Oh, my sound is skipping out pretty bad. I don't know what to do. I just listened to a few seconds and it didn't sound too bad. It wasn't sunk. I don't know if that's a problem. Okay, refresh sounds fine to me. Okay, all right, good. Doing better now. Okay, good. Hey, Lou, thank you. Lily, sound is good? Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, sometimes you just got to refresh. Hopefully that will work for you. Okay. Let's see, where were we? Oh yeah, Target. Yeah, then okay, so that's really weird, right? So Baker's phone stops connecting at 3:38, right? So he turns his phone off basically. He turned his phone off from 3:38 until 5:12. And when did this happen? Well, we see the jogging video at 4:18, and then the Porsche leaves at 4:53. Right? Hey, Salty Girl, good morning to you. Shirley Roth says, Baker didn't need a piece of paper from Monica to say unalive him. Yeah. Oh, and then remember that lifestylelounge.com, where it's like basically for swingers? That Monica deleted that. And then we left off with Detective Corey Farrell. So he was the one that went up and he got a search warrant on Baker's apartment, and then he also went and he arrested Austin up in Vancouver. Hey, Trout Junkies United, how are you? Who else is with us? Hellcat, thank you for joining us. Todd in recovery, how are you, buddy? How's it going, man? Hey, Broken Bigger, Broken Baker. I didn't unalive anyone. I know, right? It's so weird when I'm just going through Baker. It's funny because we call Monica by her first name and Baker by his last instead of, Sementilli and Baker or Monica and Robert. But Baker goes to FlyAway location. Superball is trying to get comfortable. Come on, dude. Find a spot. You gonna find something there? All right. Nope. Still not comfortable enough. All right. Good morning, Ashley. How are you? Well, good afternoon for us right now. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Here on day 25, court is a half hour delayed, as you guys know. Yeah, Crystal Limited Edition. Every time I say it, she has to chuckle. Oh, Fala, thank you for gifting the memberships. Appreciate that. Hey, Todd, you got one. Awesome. Wow, that rarely happens. Fantastic. Todd, you got a membership. Fala got one. You got one. That's so cool. I love when that happens, you guys. Trial Junkies United. Moo is sending her hello to Super Bowl. Turning off my mic even. Dude, come on. Sort it out. Is that going to work for you? All right. Irish Amy, yeah, Super Bowl #1 co-host Kitty. Yeah, make sure you guys turn on your GIFs. We did not take any polls yesterday, which I guess there wasn't. Yeah, we didn't take any polls yesterday. Let's go back through some of the polls we have taken so far. Austin, we took a couple. 51 voted. What percentage do you think Monica is involved in the conspiracy? 0% of you said, out of 51, 0% said 0. 100%, 100 of you, 100% said that she is involved in the conspiracy. And what do you think about Baker? I mean, he's got to testify. Well, we know he's going to testify, right? And how is she going to look at him? Because she's giving all these faces of, just glaring and glaring and staring and shooting daggers at Austin, how do you think she's going to be looking at Baker? Is she going to be looking at him with, doe eyes? Or is she going to be like, you bastard? Even though she knew that he deleted her husband, she still hung out with him for 6 months. I just don't know. I just don't know. And then Mr. Levine trying to impeach Austin. What did you guys think about that? We took a vote, 44 votes. 11% thought he was making headway with impeaching Austin. He was definitely impeaching him, but was he, I guess I could have phrased that a little bit better. 88% said he was not making headway. He was impeaching him because Austin admitted clearly that he was lying, but his reasoning, I thought, was reasonable, meaning he wanted representation. He wanted representation. He wanted proper representation before he actually told the whole truth, All right, Fala, you're going for lunch? Sounds good. Aaron found a video of of Austin's. Let me look it up. Let's see. We're not going to find it. There was a news agency that was able to get Christopher Austin's police interview. So they obviously paid for it, but I was hoping that we could find it. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to find it. I thought it might be available somewhere else, but we're not going to play it. Carol says Levine could have won a better job at Cross. Hey, JM, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Going to be lurking. Cool. Thank you for joining us in. Anja, good morning to you. And Pussycat. Hello. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Well, while we wait, let me play this video to her because we have 15 minutes or so. We kind of got cut off last time with this. I want to play this video of the house tour again.
Hi, I'm Desiree Zo.
And this was 11 years ago, I believe. Yeah, this was 11 years ago. This is 2014.
And I'd love to give you a tour of 5012 Queen Victoria Road. It's in the beautiful Forest Hills Estates, south of the Boulevard of Woodland Hills. Come on in and let's take a look. This home features an open floor plan. The living room flows very nicely off of the grand entry with double doors into the formal dining room. The formal dining room is right off of the kitchen for easy access. Lots of windows and doors again that take advantage of the entertainer's yard. The living room and dining room area flow back into the kitchen. Again, great for entertaining. tons of cabinet space, granite counters, lots of storage. There's a built-in sub-zero fridge, a great stainless hood, double ovens, and again, just lots of counter space. And then the kitchen itself has a French door that leads out to the barbecue area, so you can take the food out for entertaining. The kitchen also has a breakfast nook for in-kitchen dining. The home is also equipped with a 4-camera security system. There are 3 bedroom suites down and a bedroom plus a bonus room up. 2 of the bedroom suites down share a Jack and Jill bath. They both have French sliding doors out to the yard. There's a lovely downstairs master suite, which features a large walk-in closet, private master bath. There's a beautiful marble fireplace and glass sliding doors out to the yard. The master bath features his and her vanities and a sunken spa tub. There is also a separate shower with glass doors and custom tile work. Upstairs there's a bedroom with a private bath. There's also a large bonus room, which could be an office, home theater, or an extra family room. This property is security gated. There's a stamped concrete driveway and 3-car garage, with lots of storage and direct access into the home. The exterior of the property is extremely private. The lot is approximately 17,000 square feet. There's tons of lush landscaping and beautiful, fully grown mature trees. There's a large redwood deck, which outlines the swimmer's pool and a spa. There's great shaded areas for dining and eating and relaxing. There's an eating area with a counter and a sink that leads back into the kitchen. Makes it great for entertaining. There's lots of private pathways and little hidden grottos in this property. There's a fun little hideaway kids tree house on the property. Lots of room for hide and go seek. This home is located in the Forest Hills neighborhood, south of the boulevard in Woodland Hills. It's very quaint, nestled among hills and decorated with the famous deodora trees. There's only about 40 homes. There is an active homeowners association, but it's a modest $250 a year, and everyone watches out for each other. Great area to walk, bike, and hike.
Right? Only $250 a year for the HOA. So it sold in 97, 2013. It sold in 2013 for 1,249,000. Then in 2017, they listed it. So they must have bought it in 2013. I didn't think they got, I was trying to find out when they came from Toronto to LA. I thought they came in like 2014. But maybe they came 2013, 1.249, 1,249,000, that's US. And then they listed it. Remember, this happened January of 2017. She got arrested the 14th of June. So she listed it for sale June 8th for 1,625,000. She listed it January 8th, and then she was arrested January 14th. And then they removed it January 19th. Then they listed it again in October. They dropped it to 1,495,000. So they listed it for 1,625,000, and then they dropped it to 1,495,000. And it finally sold January. Oh wait, pending. Okay, no. So February 15th, 2018. So they listed it in October. Not too bad. It's only 4 months, and sold for 1,350,000. So they lost some money there, but still 1,350,000. I'm assuming that was split between the 3 kids, or at least the 2 kids. Probably the daughters split that, right? And right now they're listing it. Oh, it's estimated at $2,240,000. So, kind of cool, right? All right, let me just go back to here. And hold on. Because court is delayed, as we know. So I just want to be ready. Okay. Yeah, I could definitely. Hey, Mona, are you with us? CJ Cozy, this home would probably be at least 2 million in Toronto. Yeah, 2 point. What was it? 2 point something. Mona, are you with us? I see everybody saying, there you are. I can't believe anyone wanted to live there. Do they have to disclose? Do they have to disclose that somebody passed away in California? Thank you, Pammy. Baca says they live in a different place when they came to LA, then bought this place. Okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, I kind of remember that too. CJ says, where Fabio is from in Woodbridge, Ontario, it's a big Italian community and homes can be upwards of 4 million. Yep. I know Florida prices just went through the roof after COVID. I don't know if the rest of the country is experiencing that or not. And then also in Canada, I don't know. Therapist, I think if someone passes in the house within the last 2 years, they have to disclose. I think that's California. I'm pretty sure that's, yeah, I think you have to tell. I think you have to say that. I'm almost positive you have to say that here. I didn't realize it was a 2-year, what do you call it, window or time frame, if you will. Yeah, I think the house is pretty cool. I like that property. I love all the trees. Deodora trees. Never heard of that before, but I like that. Very secluded. Only $250 a year for HOA. Can't imagine that that's still the same. Would you guys live in a house that you knew somebody was brutally murdered? Would you guys stay in a house like that? Buy a house? Buy a house and or stay in it. Therapist, that's the point you're unsure about, the 2 years. Yeah. I never heard of that, so it's all new to me, but would you guys stay in a house or B, buy a house? Yeah, therapist, I hate HOAs too. Can't imagine having to pay for something I hated so much. I am so glad that I've never been a part of one, and I make very sure that I'm never in that situation. Let's see. Therapist, says you sure would. Leslie, depends on the house. Well, of course, yeah. I mean, if it's a rundown fixer-upper, no. But if it's like a gorgeous castle, Irish Amy, that's a homeowners association. It basically means you pay dues, and then the organization, which comprises of president, vice president, treasurer, and secretary, maybe more, I'm not sure, board of directors, then they go and they take your money, and then they do, cut your lawn, take care of tree trimmings. It's on some level it could be good. On other levels it's terrible, because we've heard a lot of horror stories about you can't paint your house a certain color, or you can't, if you have a bush out of place, the homeowners association HOA will come down on you and fine you. And some of them are really, really like terrible. But if it's worked in a positive, it's a good thing. It's like condo association or co-ops, something like that. Hey, Mona says, in California, sellers must tell the buyer if a death in the home has occurred any time in the past 3 years. Okay, so it's 3 years. Drunky the Bear says, I would live there just because I would want to taunt Monica in prison. Hey, Green-Eyed Cat, good to see you. Krista Limited Edition, depends. I would bring someone in to cleanse the house and feel the vibes first. Sure. Hellcat, would I? Like Leslie says, depends on the house. Like this house right now, if I found out somebody passed away here where we're staying, I'd be like, cool. Let's talk. Let's talk. Irish Amy, they sound like a nightmare. They can be terrible. But it's also, I think, a good thing, I guess. It could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. Therapist, if you found the house of your dreams that was in your budget, learning that there was unaliving that happened on the back porch, would you still buy it? I think so. I would. Oh, Green-Eyed Cat, you have an HOA. I'm so sorry. Pam Zavada says you're too superstitious. Therapist, I don't work well with authority. That's true. It was outside, not the same as inside. That's true. Justice Obsessed. The HOAs here don't take care of your property. They take care of the common areas, and ours has a pool and clubhouse, so they take care of that. That's true. There could be tennis courts. Yep, pool, clubhouse. Could be restaurants. They take care of the tree trimming, grass cutting. Justice, is it also like streets? Like if street needs repaired, I think, is that part of the city or town or township, county? Who takes care of like the actual roads? But yeah, mostly basically it's like cutting your lawn, keep making sure your trees are trimmed, that kind of stuff, CJ says, plus property taxes. We don't have HOAs in Canada. We do have condo corp fees if you own a condominium. Yeah, property taxes are something different. That's just to live in an HOA. Then you have property taxes on top of that, for sure. Hey, Mona, that includes natural deaths. Natural is totally different. Yep, some people prefer them. JM, here in Rhode Island, you have to disclose. Cajun Butterfly, thank you for joining us. Our HOA is a nightmare. Way too many rules. We cannot do anything to the front of our house and property without the board approving. Yeah, and if you get a bad board, oh man, they are brutal. They fine you if you, yeah. And you got to keep up your house too, right? If your house becomes a little dilapidated or whatever, yeah, I never want to live in an HOA. I never want to live. And so far I've not, knock on wood. Green-Eyed Cat, it can be good as long as they don't micromanage like mine. Seems like most of them do, right? It seems like most of them do. Irish Amy, I wouldn't want an HOA all up in my business. Would drive me nuts. Yep. Justice Obsessed, so the city takes care of the streets. Yeah, that's what I figured. Therapist, I'll trim my own trees until someone tells me I have to, and then, yep. Yeah, Green-Eyed Cat. My neighbor got a letter about her magnetic mailbox cover. It's ridiculous. I know. Hey, Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. Listening while making dinner. Cool. Thank you. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I won't ever live somewhere with an HOA. I've avoided it for 57 years. Yep. Missy says, we have an HOA. It's not too bad, but we do have older folks that are phasing off. They're phasing off the board. We're getting another wave of younger families in our community. Yeah, CJ, we have bylaw officer. They will knock on your door if they hear a dog bark. They will send you a pet license fee. You get fined for cats roaming outside. Yeah, it's just. Hey, Brat, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Gordon says people pass away all the time naturally. It's got to happen somewhere. That's true. Hey, Brat, thank you. Yeah, some of the HOA fees are ridiculous, Shirley. This they said it was 11 years ago, $250 a year. That's like I've never heard of that a year. That's just insane. Hey, Jags Girl 95, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Pam Zavada, so when is Baker supposed to testify? Sometime with the defense. So as soon as the state finishes, he may be the first they call. Who knows? He may be the very first one. We don't know. Probably next week. I'm hoping state ends pretty soon. We're trying to figure out who else can they call. Isabella maybe because she found Fabio. She made the 911 call. I would think somebody would call her. And then we still have to finish Mitzi Roberts' testimony. We still got to get through Corey Farrell here, Detective Farrell. We still got to get through him. Sherry Segretti, good morning to you. Glad you are here. Oh, hey, Mona, I hope Levine doesn't cross him. Well, Levine would be doing direct, right? If defense calls him, Levine would do direct. So that would be, Green Eyed Cat, your fees are $200 a quarter. Yeah, I would think it'd be like $200 a month, to be quite honest. But that's, I don't know, $250 a year sounds, that's like $10? No, $20? $20 a month, that's incredible. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I think the state has more than proved their case. I couldn't agree with you more. Shirley Roth, he will probably say she had nothing to do with it, how much he loves her. Well, he gave an interview, I think, to 48 Hours or somebody, CBS, and he basically said that. He basically said that she had nothing to do with this. Yeah. Me Cazador, how are you? Good morning, all. Thank you for joining us. Hey, only fan. Court can open now. Good timing. They should be, right? Any second. They're on a 30-minute delay, so. All right, we have a feed. So it should kick in here. We do have a feed. So as soon as it kicks in. Funny, it always takes a little bit longer. Here, let me go back to here. Oh, and there is the feed. All right. We have a feed. Let me get us in. And check out that thumbnail Aaron made. All right. All right, so we'll just hang here because they should start like, you know how it is. Hey, Joe Schmo, how are you? TGIF? Just kidding. When you're self-employed, there's no such thing as a weekend. That's true. Hey, Cheryl C, your HOA is $620 a month, right? That makes more sense. They take care of parking lot, roof, common areas, rec center, pool, seaside, docks. Yep, you're on the water, so they take care of it all. There you go. JM says it's a whole other mortgage almost. Yeah, if you're paying would you say $620 a month? Yeah. Green-eyed cat, the thumbnail is awesome. Yes. Pam Zaveda, is Baker claiming his innocence? Not that I've heard. We haven't really heard much from him, but what I've read and what I've heard, no. Care Bear, hey everyone, I made it on time. Just missed your convo. We'll go back and check it out. Sounds good, Care Bear. Thank you for for joining us. CJ, the fact that he knew the exact time to enter, get the keys to the Porsche, and miss the daughter shows she updated him. Yeah. Carol says, without a doubt, Baker will stress Monica was not involved. Me Cazador. I'm gonna get your name right yet. Me Cazador de Ardiaz. I'm just gonna stick with me Cazador. Saw that I'm green now. Not sure what happened, but thank you to whoever gift I received. Woo, woo. That might have been Dwayne. I think maybe Dwayne got you yesterday. Green-eyed cat. I bet Monica was tracking the arrival of younger daughter too. Why is Eureka on the seal? That's a city in California. Right? Supposedly, when they discovered gold and they said, Eureka. Let's see. California State seal. Let's go check it out. Gordon, we have answers for you. The word Eureka means I have found it. It's the California state motto. There you go. It's the state motto. I thought it was a city too. Isn't Eureka a city? My California peeps, is Eureka a city or town in California? Yes, the gold rush, Tammy. Eureka refers to the discovery of gold. Hey, Mona, the word means I found it, as we just said. It's Greek, actually, and it is the state motto. And it is a city as well. That's what I thought. Cheryl C., how come it won't let us buy yourself a monthly membership? I don't know. Well, you have one. You are, I don't know why. I haven't heard that yet. You already are a member, yeah. Drunky the Bear. Oh, did Baker yell Eureka when he got the gold coins? Right. Irish Amy, Eureka's a drag queen too. Maybe she lives there now instead of Texas. I don't know. Gordon, I associate with Archimedes. Justin's obsessed. Do you think Jody was from Eureka? Interesting. It's near, it's near Oregon. Lots of redwoods, very pretty. Yeah, I knew it was north. Pam says Baker must have some personality because he wasn't easy on the eyes. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Cheryl C. Wait until it expires and you'll have the option to buy one. You can't now because you don't need one. Suppose you could always upgrade depending on what you have, but yeah, just wait till it expires. I'm not sure if you could go and see when it will expire. She pronounced it differently. Jody pronounced Eureka differently. Serious? How on earth would she pronounce it? Irish Amy, you can't remember what Baker looked like? Just Google Robert Baker. Hey, Mona, he looked way less worse 8 years ago, but yeah. Cheryl C., you're welcome. Yeah, Krista limited edition. I don't think she was interested in his eyes. Irish Amy, you're scared what might come up. I know, right? Well, let's see. Robert Baker. There's the interview. Let me just do Robert Baker. So he's an actor. There is an actor. I mean, not the one that we're talking about. But so there is an actor named Robert Baker. So you have to Robert Baker, Monica. Let's see. Robert Baker, Monica Sementilli, images. right, sorry guys. Sorry, I found something I want to play. Oh, wait a minute, same thing. All right. I really want to play that. Krista says, I had a migraine laying on the couch. When I opened and when they showed the salacious stuff, the look on my face was, I think he blushed. Excuse me. Carol says, Baker was no catch. Monica must have been desperate. I don't know. Oh, Julie D. Jody Arias lived in Eureka. Wairika. I don't remember her saying that. That's really funny. Gordon, 2 actors called Baker have played Doctor Who. All right. While we wait, and they're probably going to come flying in, but let's do this. We can always catch up. I'm going to play this, you guys.
A dramatic turn in the case of a man accused in a 2017 murder. Robert Baker has pleaded no contest to killing the famed hairdresser Fabio Sementilli. Prosecutors say it was part of a scheme with Sementilli's wife to collect his insurance money.
Well, police arrested both Baker and the victim's wife, Monica Sementilli. Prosecutors say Baker's blood was found at the crime scene. KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers is at the desk this afternoon with a dramatic day in court. Mike?
Yeah, Juan and Susie, this is a long time coming. You know, this murder happened in 2017. They were arrested not there long after, and today he found out what he will be sentenced to. And as we look at some video from inside the courtroom today, our cameras were there. He will be sentenced to life imprisonment plus 1 day without the possibility of parole. So this man will spend the entirety of the rest of his life behind bars in a California state prison. Now, as for the co-conspirator, the prosecutors, his wife, Monica Sementilli, is still awaiting her day in court for her trial. She has adamantly denied any involvement with this. Prosecutors had alleged that the two of them were having an affair together and that they did this in order to get his life insurance money in the total of about $1.6 million. The victim's daughters were in court today, and they had some pretty strong words for this man. Take a listen.
What do you say to someone who took the light of your life away while they still get to be here on this earth? It's not fair. We want you to know that you were a pathetic excuse for a human and a waste of space. We wanted your life to end, but that would mean that you wouldn't get to suffer the way we have.
There's some pretty strong words there. Now, as for the other suspect in this, his wife, Monica Sementilli, she is still awaiting her day in court. Prosecutors allege she went shopping at the time of the murder to have an alibi and waited for her young daughter to come home to find the body. Guys?
All right, Mike, thank you.
All right, so that's pretty interesting. Let's see. Let's see if the feed is kicked in yet. All right, so the live feed has kicked in. Let's go to that.
And I had the largest fight of my life a little while ago. I opened the box just to look, and every one of them called my name, literally called my name. I had to say no. Jack Ferrero, please take the stand. You're still under oath. And you may inquire.
Detective Farrell, when we left off yesterday, we were talking about the large-scale operation you and your partner set up to take place in Vancouver, Washington regarding Christopher Austin.
Correct.
With respect to what's been referred to in this court as Perkins operations, where a suspect is placed into a jail cell with an undercover agent posing as an inmate. Is that procedure used solely on homicide cases and maybe some violent crime?
Yes, it's used exclusively, or it's restricted for homicide or serious violent felonies.
Okay. So it's not something that takes place every day?
Correct.
And within robbery homicide division, we heard that there are different sections, such as the homicide section as well as the surveillance section. We've heard from SIS. There's also, as you mentioned yesterday, I believe, individuals who are responsible for the planning, coordination and execution of all Perkins operations that occur within the city of Los Angeles.
Correct.
And those detectives also travel out of state in order to assist detectives such as yourself and Detective Byers on cases that originate from LA County but where suspects are out of state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes also assist detectives from other jurisdictions that might come into the city?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And there is an entire set of protocols that apply to those operations, correct?
Correct.
And so you brought those individuals with you when you went up with your team to arrest Mr. Austin and to conduct a Perkins operation, correct?
Yes, they helped facilitate the Perkins operation in Vancouver, Washington.
Okay. And I believe you told us yesterday that you and your partner coordinated before you flew out with the team to Vancouver, Washington with the Vancouver Police Department.
Correct.
Given that it wasn't your jurisdiction.
Correct.
Okay. And so when did you and your partner and your team fly out to Vancouver, Washington?
It was at the beginning of October. We flew out before the actual operation to set things up, to brief the Vancouver Police Department, and to make sure that the operation was set to move forward on October 2nd.
And whenever there is a Perkins operation, there's always a briefing that takes place so that everybody understands what their roles are, correct?
Yes, the Perkins briefing is separate. The general briefing, which would establish what everybody's role was in the arrest and subsequent search warrants and additional interviews that were done in accordance with the operation in Vancouver, Washington.
Okay. And so when you said that you and your team flew out the beginning of October, that would be beginning of October of this past year, 2024, correct?
Correct, 2024.
All right. And when you mentioned search warrants, was there also a team of detectives that was tasked with serving a search warrant at Mr. Austin's home?
Yes.
And during that warrant were various electronic items recovered, such as computers, hard drives, cell phones, things of that nature that might contain data?
Yes.
And did you also recover Mr. Austin's main cell phone, not his work cell phone, for the probation and parole department for the state of Oregon, but his personal cell.
Yes.
And was that relative to a phone number 907-306-7486?
Correct.
And I believe we have marked his Celebrate extraction for that cell phone as Austin, the CRs. Maybe it's the CRs. That was marked as, yes, for this exact phone number as Exhibit 244. And during this procedure was a team also tasked with interviewing his wife, Chloe.
Yes.
And was Mr. Austin then arrested on October 2nd of 2024 by the Vancouver Police Department in conjunction with your operation?
He was.
All right. Now, it's been brought out through Mr. Austin as to what he recalls occurring, but from your side of it, is there something that happens at the beginning of a Perkins operation or at some point during a Perkins operation once the target is placed inside of a cell?
Yes.
And what is that?
So detectives, one of the detectives, if not both, depending on the circumstances, will come and provide information to the arrestee in order to try and elicit a conversation between the Perkins agent and the arrestee. And so, because the assumption is that the Perkins agent is in the cell and does not know any information about the arrestee's arrest, so by introducing information, it potentially could spark a conversation about the case.
Okay. And that's referred to sometimes, I think we've heard, as stimulation?
Yes.
Okay. When the stimulation, the first round of stimulation was done after Mr. Austin was placed into a cell in Vancouver Police Department's jurisdiction, was the Perkins agent or the undercover agent already in the cell when the stimulation was done?
I believe so.
And was that stimulation where you come to the cell door and provide information, was that done by you?
Yes. And yes, he was in the cell. I misunderstood your question. He was already in the cell.
Okay. And did you explain to Mr. Austin in front of the undercover cellmate that you wanted to know, with respect to the murder of Fabio Sementilli, what everybody's role was who was involved in the operation?
Correct. I introduced myself as a detective from the Los Angeles Police Department, made him aware that he was being detained for a warrant from Los Angeles, and I did explain that our goal was to speak with him so that we could obtain information as to everyone's role in the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
Okay. And at that time, did you also tell him that you and your partner wanted him to be honest?
I did.
At any point in time, did you use the name of Monica or Monica Sementilli when you were conducting your stimulation at the cell door?
I did not.
At that point, did you leave Mr. Austin in the cell at Vancouver Police Department with the undercover inmate?
I did.
Okay. And when this is set up, is there a recording device inside of the cell?
Yes.
And does it allow you and anyone else who is monitoring the situation, such as the detectives who run these Perkins operations for the city, are they able to listen simultaneously to any conversation that might occur?
Yes.
And at that point in time, were there hours and hours of silence from Mr. Austin?
Initially, there was silence from Mr. Austin, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, did you go back to the cell containing Mr. Austin and the undercover agent posing as an inmate and again attempt to provide information to Mr. Austin in front of the cellmate to provide a potential stimulation?
I did.
Okay. And at that point, did you show him certain photographs?
I did.
And what were those photographs of?
I showed him a still photograph of the surveillance photo, which shows the two joggers coming up to the Sementilli residence. I also showed him a photograph of the Porsche. It's a still photograph from the surveillance video of the Porsche leaving the residence after the murder.
And did you, at the same time, explain to Mr. Austin that you and your partner knew how he got to the crime scene and left from the crime scene, but you wanted to talk about the part in between?
Correct.
All right. And again, did you stress to Mr. Austin that you wanted him to be honest with you?
Yes.
All right. And at that point, did you once again leave him in the cell?
Yes.
And throughout that day, did you and your partner, as we heard from Mr. Austin, have various conversations with Mr. Austin after you removed him from the cell and then would place him back in with the undercover agent?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point after that day, did you and your partner cause documentation to be filed for the extradition of Mr. Austin to LA County to face charges?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, did you and your partner, as well as the team from LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division, return to Los Angeles?
We did.
Okay. And at some point after that, was Mr. Austin indeed extradited to LA County?
He was.
All right. Through the normal procedures, is that right?
Correct.
In November of 2024, beginning on November 18th, did you and your partner sit down with Mr. Austin at the Robbery Homicide Division?
Yes, we participated in a proffer session.
What is a proffer session?
It's facilitated by your office, by yourself and Ms. Stagel, in which and Mr. Austin is represented by his attorney, and it's a situation where Mr. Austin is asked to provide all of the truthful information he knows about the case in a formal setting.
Okay. And is that a setting where there is a court reporter present who transcribes what's being said, as well as a recording?
Yes.
Created, an audio recording?
Yes.
Okay. And did that continue after the date of November 18th to another date 2 days later on November 20th, again at the Robbery Homicide Division?
Yes, it did.
And did you and your partner cause Mr. Austin to be removed from the LA County jails in order to be brought out to Robbery Homicide Division to conduct those interviews?
We did.
All right. Now, during the recounting of what occurred after Mr. Austin flew into LAX on January 22nd, of 2017, the day before the murder of Mr. Sementilli, did Mr. Austin begin describing going to a restaurant?
He did.
And did he describe that this restaurant was a restaurant that he did not know the name?
Correct.
And did he describe the location?
He did.
Did he describe the location as being in an L-shaped strip mall?
Yes.
And did he also describe the location as there being pillars, much as he described here in court during his testimony?
He did.
Did he also describe to you and Detective Byers, as well as to myself and Ms. Stagel, that there was a parking lot, a large parking lot behind the strip mall?
He did.
Did he also describe various or mention various types of businesses that were located in the mall at that time in 2017?
He did.
We're going to object to leading.
Those are the questions we're not leading.
Did he do so?
He did. He described the nail salon. He described the pillars. He described the L shape. He described the parking lot in the back.
Did he also mention anything regarding a restaurant or a food place?
He did. He mentioned a Chinese restaurant.
Okay. Did he also describe anything regarding a postal or mail service in the location?
I believe he mentioned a UPS store.
And was he not only unaware of where the location was, other than it being in the San Fernando Valley, but did he also tell you whether or not he knew the address of the location?
Objection, compound, and cost of speculation.
He did not provide the address of the location. He didn't know. He only provided a physical description.
At the point in time where he was describing what had occurred on the night of January 22nd of 2017 and this location, had you ever heard any information relating to this before?
No, this was the first time through my examination of the prior investigations as well as our investigation that we had any information that any event of significance had occurred the day before the murder on the 22nd. It was Mr. Austin who drew our attention to it.
So did any of the investigative materials contained in this case mention anything regarding an attempted hit on Mr. Sementilli the night prior to his murder?
Not until that day in the proffer with Mr. Austin.
At some point in time, as Mr. Austin was describing the location, did he mention anything about a nearby grocery store?
He did.
Did he know the name of the grocery store?
He did not. He said a grocery store.
And contrary to what was asked, stated by defense counsel yesterday, was he asked what store was nearby?
Sustained.
Was he asked when he mentioned a store, what store it was?
When he mentioned grocery store, there was an attempt to identify which grocery store or which grocery store chain he was referring to, but he was unsure as to which grocery store it was.
And was he, even before we got to the fact of it being a grocery store, did he simply mention that it was in close proximity to a store?
Objection, this case, the evidence.
Overruled.
Yes.
And did he indicate that the store was not too far from Mr. Baker's home?
Yes.
When he was asked what type of store, whether it was a drugstore, a supermarket, or other type of store, at that point, did Mr. Austin indicate, in fact, that it was a grocery store, as you've just said?
Yes. When pressed, he said grocery store.
And at that point, did Mr. Austin ask the group what type of, or what grocery stores were popular in the San Fernando Valley area or here in California?
Yes.
And did he mention that Ralph's is popular in California?
I think someone mentioned Ralph's, but I'm not sure if it was Mr. Austin or not.
And then did Mr. Austin ask, as opposed to stating it was a Ralph's, that the question of, is it a Ralph's?
I believe so.
Okay. And at that point, did he say it was a grocery store, given that he didn't know the name?
Objection. Calls for speculation as he didn't know the name.
Sustained.
Did the witness, Mr. Austin, state, but it was a grocery store?
Yes.
Without giving any name?
Correct. He was unsure of the name or the grocery store name.
At that point in time, was a break taken from the interview process?
Yes.
And then outside of his presence, was there then a search on a computer to try and identify the location that Mr. Austin was describing that was not too far from Mr. Baker's apartment?
Yes.
Was there also a search at that point in time on a computer at Robbery Homicide Division of the defendants and the victims' cell phone extractions?
Yes.
And was the search specific to whether or not there were any communications relating to a restaurant or food matching up to the date of January 22nd
Yes.
of 2017? And at that point in time, did you note that there were deleted searches on the defendant's cell extraction from her Apple cell phone number 119 for faux restaurants or pho restaurants between the time of 5:12 to 5:15 p.m.?
Yes.
And did you note specifically that although the defendant went back and deleted those searches, that they remained from the data that was able to be carved out from the cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Overruled.
During that same period, or just after that period of time, again, from the deleted portions of the messages on the defendant's cell phone, at 5:41 p.m., did the defendant send an instant message to somebody regarding
Yes.
fried rice
Yes.
or some specific type of food?
Yes.
What was that?
She sent a message to her daughter Isabella asking if she wanted fried rice for dinner.
And just after 5:41, at 5:45 p.m. to 5:47 p.m., again from the deleted portion of the phone, did the defendant conduct some Google searches?
Yes.
And what did those relate to?
To pho restaurants near her location, specifically It provided an address of 19548 Ventura Boulevard, Pho, California, or Pho, CA.
Okay. And were there similar, or was there a search for Pho near me or Pho near me on the victim's cell phone just before that time as well?
Yes.
Once you were able to obtain that information regarding a search of a particular pho restaurant on Ventura Boulevard, did you then also search, along with the group that heard this information, various, or that particular address of that pho CA or Pho, California?
Yes, I conducted a Google map search, which shows both a street view and an aerial view of the 19548 Ventura Boulevard, where the Pho, California restaurant was located. And I noticed that it had a parking lot in the rear, that it had pillars inside the strip mall, that there was a nail salon inside the strip mall, and that it could be perceived that it was an L or a U-shaped strip mall.
And was that location approximately 4 miles from the Queen Victoria residence where the victim and the defendant were living?
Yes.
And then did you print out those photographs?
Yes.
And at that point, were those photographs that we've seen here in court presented to Mr. Austin?
They were.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page timeline from the defendant's iPhone extraction for the date of January 22nd of 2017 that shows these particular searches as well as the deletions history. May it be marked, please, as people's next in order.
That'd be 259.
Thank you. Swap that one. And this one's 9 pages, so I'm going to swap it out for one that's not highlighted. Showing you the Celebrite report. For the defendant's Apple iPhone. Is this the extraction that you looked at for January 22nd of 2017?
Yes.
And if we look over at the right column, what does this column represent, where it says yes in red?
That the information attached to that particular line had been recovered from a deleted area.
If I go to the third page, where there's a line 24, what do we see here at 5:12 p.m.?
See a message, incoming message, instant message from person that she's identified as Daddy, and I believe that to be the cell phone associated with Fabio Sementilli, to her cell phone number. It's listed as Monica, owner, and the Google search for Pho near me.
subsequent to that, are there searches on the web, through the web history on this device, as we talked about, beginning at 5:12 p.m., for Google searches, near me.
Yes.
And then below that, again at 5:13 p.m. on January 22nd, do we see a search specific to this location, faux CA or faux California, as you mentioned?
Yes.
And over to the right, again, does it indicate that these searches were deleted from the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
But were recovered during the Celebrite extraction?
Correct.
And looking at the following page, page 4, again, do we see multiple searches relating to this same location where the address comes up on line 32 that you just testified about, 19548 Ventura Boulevard?
Correct.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 249. Is this one of the photographs that you printed out the day of Mr. Austin's initial interview at Robbery Homicide Division based on identifying the location?
Yes.
And does this document in fact contain his circle around a location in the parking lot?
Yes.
The next page of People's 249, second page, is this again a photograph that you printed out from a computer at Robbery Homicide?
Yes.
And another one here in the third and fourth page, and fourth being an aerial of the location?
Yes.
With again Mr. Austin's writing?
Yes.
And once again, if we look at the second page, did this particular strip mall also contain a UPS store as described by Mr. Austin?
Yes.
Subsequent to Mr. Austin identifying that particular location as the location he was describing where there was an attempted hit on Mr. Sementilli the night before he was murdered, was contact made with Mr. Cyray, who testified yesterday?
Yes.
And was he provided with some information and asked to look at data for the date of January 22nd, 2017, relating to the defendant, Robert Baker, and the victim?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Now, during the trial on February 26th, did you and some other detectives plan in order to take Mr. Austin once again out of the jail facility pursuant to a court order to the location where he crossed through a tunnel at Oakdale near the Sementilli residence and describe where he buried the knife?
Yes.
Also, during the proper session in November of last year, when Mr. Austin described a tunnel that he crossed through, once again, was a search conducted during a break on a computer robbery homicide division for a tunnel near the location of the Sementilli residence?
Yes.
And showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 250 or Exhibit 10 from the proffer. Was this photograph shown to Mr. Austin?
It was.
And did he identify this as the tunnel that he used when he was running from the crime scene prior to being picked up by Mr. Baker?
He said it looked like the tunnel, yes.
And so did you take Mr. Austin out to this location on February 26th?
We did.
And at that point in time, did you have him trace his path?
We did, yes.
And was he able to identify the Sementilli residence as the location where he and Mr. Baker jogged up after he came out of the trunk of the rental car in order to conduct the murder?
Yes, he recognized the residence on that date.
Was he able to identify the location or the specific area where he believed he had buried the knife that was utilized during this murder?
He was not able to identify the specific area.
And did he tell you why that was?
The neighborhood had changed.
Overruled.
Sorry, the neighborhood had changed dramatically since 2017 when the knife was buried.
And did you determine that that was accurate based on pictures of the area in 2017 versus today?
Yes, when I went back and looked at archived photos through Google Street View, which archives years of changes on the Street View, I noticed that several landscapings of the residences in and around the area, as well as the facade and residences themselves, had changed since 2017.
Okay. There were a couple of defense videos of the victim and the defendant dancing and singing that were played during this trial. Did you obtain, you and your partner, those videos from Jessica Sementilli after her testimony in this case?
We did.
And did she also send you photographs of metadata for those two videos?
She did. She provided a screenshot which showed the date that the video that she had attached to those videos.
And was one of those dated October 31st, Halloween of 2016?
Yes, the video that shows the defendant and Fabio Sementilli dancing was from October 31st of 2016, I believe.
And what about the one of them singing where they appeared to have some kind of animation applied with hats or something of that nature?
Yes, I believe the date of that video was December 3rd of 2016.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
The Burke.
Thank you, Good morning, Detective Farrell.
Good morning, ma'am.
Detective, when first you assumed responsibility as one of two primary detectives on the investigation in this case in June of 2024.
Correct.
Correct. About 7.5 years after the killing of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you spoke yesterday and today specifically about information you reviewed when you came into the case about one of the suspects in the case, Christopher Austin, who was already a suspect at the time you came in?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you testified that at the time you came into the case, he was one of the two suspects who had been identified, in fact, right around the time that Mr. Sementilli was killed. Is that right?
I don't know about identified, but he definitely was suspect as being the second jogger in the video and the participant in the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
Okay. When, in your review of the original investigation, when did Christopher Austin's name first come up?
I don't remember the exact date.
Would it be fair to say sometime in the late winter or spring of 2017?
I don't remember, ma'am. I don't remember when his name came on the radar.
Okay. When was the first investigative material that you reviewed in the case created that discussed Christopher Austin?
Honestly, I don't remember. I remember reviewing the material, but not necessarily the dates. If you'd like to refresh my recollection, I don't know what date he became a suspect in the case.
Well, as part of your work in the case, I assume you reviewed the chronology, the murder book, the investigative details of the original investigation?
Certainly. I mean, this was 7.5 years worth of work with 3 prior sets of detectives, and so there was a tremendous, as you know, volume of information.
Okay.
So I don't remember the exact dates. I do remember information pertinent to what our goal at the time was, which was to effect an arrest of Mr. Austin.
Okay. And it would be fair to say, as part of that goal to effect an arrest of Mr. Austin, you reviewed anything in the investigative file that had been discovered related to Mr. Austin?
Yes.
Okay. And what material in the investigative file did you specifically review related to Mr. Austin?
So there was, obviously, we started with the jogger video. There were cell phone records associated with Mr. Austin. There was an identified burner phone that was believed to have belonged to Mr. Austin. There was cell phone mapping, which suggested the burner phone belonged to Mr. Austin. There was, prior to us...
I'm sorry.
Jackson asked that he be allowed to finish his answer.
I'm sorry. I think it will be more efficient if we can talk about each item as he... Yeah.
That's an open-ended question, and
I
he'll be allowed to finish his answer.
Go ahead.
So there were also airline records which showed Mr. Austin in and around the Los Angeles area at the time of the murder. There was additional cell phone information which suggested Mr. Baker had contacted Mr. Austin at the time his flight arrived. There was additional cell phone information that suggested that Mr. Baker had, as we heard yesterday, dropped Mr. Austin at the flyaway bus. There was information that Mr. Austin had made a purchase of a ticket at the flyaway bus. There was information from the airline records that Mr. Austin had changed his flight so that he left, in my approximation, 6 hours after the murder, which was highly suspicious to us. There was a tremendous amount of things that we reviewed. There was DNA evidence that was recovered, and Detective Roberts had asked Vancouver PD to get a surreptitious sample, and that was examined and inconclusive. So there was a number of things that were reviewed.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go through those, and do you have any portion of your investigative file or chronology with you today?
I do not.
When you mentioned that we had these items, are you saying that you had those items at the time that you came into the case in June of 2024?
Yes, most of those items had been obtained, analyzed, and had been deciphered at that point, yes.
Okay. The extraction from the cell phones of Mr. Baker, that is something you reviewed when you came into the case, correct?
Yes.
And that extraction demonstrated to you, when was that extraction taken?
I believe there were several extractions done on that phone.
Okay.
The most recent being in June of 2023, I believe.
Okay. And the first extraction of that phone was back in 2017?
Yes.
Okay. And that's something you reviewed?
I'm sure I did. Again, I reviewed, as you know, there's thousands, if not tens of thousands, of documents and electronic files. So yes, in the 4 months prior to the arrest of Mr. Austin, we did our best to review as much as we could of the evidence.
Isn't it a fact that in the extraction that was performed in 2017, after Mr. Baker's phone was seized at the time, on the day he was arrested from his apartment, there was an extraction that reflected communications with Christopher Austin?
I don't remember that. There may have been.
Okay. And isn't it a fact that the surreptitious taking an operation to retrieve Mr. Austin's DNA occurred when Mr. Austin was still living in Alaska, well before you came into the case?
No, I believe that was in Vancouver, Washington, and was done by detectives from the Vancouver Police Department.
When was that?
I don't remember what year that was done.
But before you came into the case?
Before we came into the case, but I'm certain that it was done by the Vancouver Police Department.
And am I correct, Detective? It was also the case that back in 2017, the investigators determined that Mr. Baker had, the day before the murder, gone to the airport, the LAX airport, and in the early morning hours of January 22nd, 2017.
I don't know if that information was available to them.
You didn't review that information?
I don't remember seeing that information.
Detective Farrell, when you began your investigation in June of 2024, you were a significant part of your focus was on Christopher Austin?
Yes.
And you shared with us yesterday that you, as part of your investigative work, you reviewed bank records from First Credit Union in Anchorage, Alaska?
Yes, in relation to the purchase of the tickets.
And when were those bank records? Did you make application to get those bank records?
No.
Who did?
The investigators prior to my arrival on the team.
Detective Roberts?
I'm not certain.
Was it someone back before Detective Roberts?
I don't know.
So you did review those records, correct?
In relation to the flight purchase information, yes.
And those records were obtained by search warrant?
I don't know.
You don't know whether they were obtained by search warrant?
They may have been by court order or subpoena. I don't know how they were obtained.
Okay. But But when you assumed responsibility for this investigation and were focused on Christopher Austin, you immediately reviewed everything that had been done investigatively on Mr. Austin, correct?
Yes, but we focused on the evidentiary items which suggested Mr. Austin's involvement in this murder.
Okay. Did you feel when you reviewed that in June of 2017 that you had enough evidence to go out and have a probable cause warrant issued by a judge for Mr. Austin's arrest?
The same.
Did you make any attempt in June of 2024 to obtain a probable cause warrant for Mr. Austin's arrest?
Not in June, but later, obviously in October we did.
Right. We're not talking about October, we're talking about June. Is there any reason you didn't make application for a probable cause warrant for Mr. Austin's arrest in June of 2024?
We had written new search warrants for the airline records, and we were working with Vancouver to see if the effect of the arrest was even a possibility. We had to determine whether the Perkins operation could be run in Washington. Those things took time.
So you contacted Vancouver in June of 2017 to start making arrangements?
Roughly.
When you say roughly, was it?
I mean, it might have. We might have gathered the information, learned more about the case, and it may have been in July. I'm not sure if it was June or July. But when we knew that we wanted to proceed against Mr. Austin, we contacted Vancouver PD.
Okay. And when did you first contact Vancouver PD?
Near the beginning of our investigation, our portion of the investigation.
And it would be fair to say that was June?
June or July, somewhere in there.
Okay. And when did you first run the database that you testified about yesterday to search for any traffic citations or any database that allowed you to discover the citation that Mr. Austin received back on January 23rd, 2017?
Sometime in September, I think.
So you decided to start the process for arresting Mr. Austin in June of 2024 by contacting that month or the month after Vancouver and speaking to your Perkins team, but you didn't do the search on the database till September of 2024?
Objection, cumulative.
So ruled.
Correct.
Detective, did you feel as a over 2-decade detective in robbery homicide that the search of the database and discovery of that citation was a significant and essential component of your probable cause determination to get an arrest warrant for Mr. Austin?
I wouldn't say it's significant. It was a portion. I mean, there was a number of other elements that suggested probable cause was present to arrest Mr. Austin before the citation was, but it was significant.
Okay. You just said there was a number of other elements that was probable cause to arrest Mr. Austin before you got the citation. When did you have those elements before you got the citation?
Some of them we had when we assumed the investigation. As I mentioned, new warrants were generated for the airline travel. So we waited for those to be returned to ensure that the information was correct on that, as well as to determine if there were additional flights that had been missed with other carriers. That was something that took some time.
Okay. So you said some of the elements of sufficient probable cause you had before you took over the investigation, correct?
Some.
Okay. Which were those?
His physical appearance was one element that was documented in the probable cause warrant.
Okay.
That was one that was known to us.
Okay.
We actually had some phone analysis done on his personal phone, which was known to him, as well as the burner phone, to examine whether the two phones appeared to be connected in any way. So that was something that we generated at a later time.
Okay.
So the phone numbers were known.
I apologize for interrupting. Why don't we talk about, my question was before.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be allowed to answer this
You did ask him
question.
other questions. You may finish.
Objection non-responsive.
That's
as to the
overruled.
latter part.
That is not.
Okay.
The information you're asking about is before?
Yes,
so the
sir.
information that the burner phone that was associated with Robert Baker had made numerous calls to this other burner phone, which was eventually established to belong to Mr. Austin. That information was known to us before.
Okay.
We had information about the airline tickets, which was known to us before.
Okay.
That he traveled to Los Angeles. I believe that the information about Baker going to the airport in and around the time the flight arrived was known to us. And his departure from the flyaway, I believe, was known to us as well.
Okay. And what were the elements of probable cause that you felt were sufficient that you gathered after the time in June of 2024 and became the primary investigator in the case?
So a couple of the things we wanted to establish that the burner phone that Detective Roberts had discovered was purchased in Alaska, several miles from Austin's known residence. We wanted to try to show that likely belonged to Austin. So we asked for an analysis to be done to show that calls that were made from his known number were the corresponding data from the burner number, that two of them seemed to appear to use the same cell tower, which to us suggested that the burner phone was being used by Austin.
Okay. And you included that later in October of 2024. In October of 2024 in your probable cause statement that you and your partner wrote?
Yes.
Okay. And what else did you find after you became involved in the case that you believed was an element of the probable cause to arrest Mr. Austin?
When we received the airline records, the changing of the ticket, the documentation which showed the adjusting of the ticket from the scheduled return on the 24th of January to the 23rd of January, where he paid a fee to return early, we found that to be significant, that it was 6 hours after the murder that he seemed to abruptly leave the Los Angeles area after having only been in Los Angeles for a short period of time.
But you already had those documents when you came into the case, and it was after that you identified that you believed they were significant?
Yes.
That is since that's not evidence.
It's overruled.
Yes, that information was significant to us, but it was reiterated through the warrant that we did to ensure that that information was correct.
What from the return on the warrant that you did after you came into the case was different in your analysis from the information you had from before you came into the case that showed he changed his ticket?
Well, we wanted to ensure that there wasn't additional flight information that would suggest that he left on a different airline, or that there was additional travel. I also have a recollection of a reserve police officer doing a follow-up to the airline to determine this change, because it's very hard to read those records if you look at them. They're not very clear, but that the change information was done at the LAX counter, so we wanted to ensure that that was correct.
But you already had that information when you came into the case?
I believe so.
Okay. And anything else that you obtained or secured as a result of your investigation that you identified as a new element of probable cause in order to effect the arrest of Mr. Austin?
Not that I remember.
You've told us quite a bit about the significant operation by robbery homicide to effect the arrest for Mr. Austin for first-degree murder, correct?
For the probable cause arrest warrant for murder, yes.
Okay, and that was for first-degree murder, correct?
We don't assign the degrees of murder. Murder is the penal code section that we ask for the probable cause arrest warrant for.
Okay, so you were not asking for a probable cause warrant for first-degree 187 murder?
I asked for a probable cause arrest warrant for 187 PC murder.
Okay, you didn't ask for a probable cause warrant for second-degree murder?
No.
And I think you testified that you had 8 other robbery homicide detectives, or 6 others, and you and Detective Byers and a robbery homicide lieutenant, plus the Perkins detectives when you flew up to Vancouver, Washington at the beginning of October. Is that right?
Correct.
And prior to flying up to Washington, you had applied for this Ramey warrant, correct?
Yes.
And as part of the application for the Ramey warrant, you and your partner submitted an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, about the probable cause and your work on the case to support a judge hopefully issuing an arrest warrant for Mr. Austin for homicide, correct?
Yes.
And as part of that affidavit in support of the arrest warrant for homicide, am I correct that you indicated in the affidavit that the detectives, and I assume that's you and your partner, believe evidence recovered from Austin and I assume his residence may establish a nexus between Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli?
Yes.
Would it be accurate to say that in that affidavit in support and in your work in the case prior to flying up to Vancouver, Washington to arrest Mr. Austin, you were looking to determine a nexus, if one existed, between Mr. Austin and Monica Sementilli?
Well, I mean, that would be part of the investigation. The investigation thus far has suggested strongly her involvement in this murder, so wanted to know, as we believe it to be a conspiracy to commit a murder, what her role was in relation to Mr. Austin.
So the answer would be yes. That was one of the reasons you were going to Vancouver, was to see if there was a nexus between Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli.
The answer is yes. That was evidence that we hope to obtain in the arrest and or search of the locations associated with Christopher Austin.
Detective, prior to going to Washington, what evidence specifically did you have that there was any nexus or relationship between Christopher Austin and Monica Sementilli?
Indirectly, we knew about the relationship between Mr. Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Okay.
And then we established the relationship between Mr. Austin and Mr. Baker. So that's why we were seeking that information between any nexus or connection between Ms. or the defendant and Mr. Austin.
So is the truthful answer no, you didn't have any direct evidence of any relationship between Monica Sementilli and Christopher Austin at the time you went up to arrest Mr. Austin?
Objection, argumentative.
That's form sustained.
Detective Farrell, let me ask you again, what specific direct evidence did you have at the time you flew up to arrest Mr. Austin for murder of any relationship or contact between Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Austin?
The evidence that we had suggested much contact between a person we knew to be involved in the murder of Fabio Sementilli, Mr. Baker, and a connection between the defendant, Monica Sementilli, and Mr. Baker. We established or believed that Mr. Austin was the second suspect who's seen in the jogger video. So we knew it to be a conspiracy to commit murder against Mr. Fabio Sementilli, so we were seeking that evidence.
So is the truthful answer no, you didn't have any direct evidence of any relationship or contact between Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Austin at the time you flew up to Vancouver?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Mr. Detective Farrell, when you flew up to Washington to effect Mr. Austin's arrest for murder, you also executed or asked that a number of search warrants be executed for the seizure of evidence.
Yes.
And a good deal of evidence was seized?
Some electronic evidence, yes.
Okay. And that electronic evidence included computer devices, cellular devices, correct?
Yes.
Telephones?
Yes.
Was other evidence seized?
I'd have to look at the property report, but I think that the bulk of it was electronic evidence.
And for each of the pieces of evidence you seized, including the digital devices, those were analyzed?
Yes.
Okay. And they were identified as being Mr. Austin's?
Some of them, and some of them were shared devices.
Okay.
Some of them were identified as not belonging to Mr. Austin at all.
Okay. And of all the devices that were seized, both those belonging to Mr. Austin, those, I assume you're talking about devices were seized from family members as well?
Yes.
And then what devices were seized from people that were unrelated to Austin?
His wife's cell phone was seized.
Okay, that was a family member. Were there any non-family members whose computers or devices were seized?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And there was an analysis performed of communications, messages, texts, phone calls?
Yes.
And am I correct? Nowhere in any of the evidence that was seized and reviewed by you all and analyzed and obtained, did you find any evidence on the property seized that had anything to do with Monica Sementilli?
Correct.
You testified about a very extensive Perkins operation that you supervised to have conducted as part of your operation going to Washington, yes?
Yes.
Jackie states the evidence regarding supervised.
So ruled.
I participated as an investigating officer in it, yes. The Perkins unit worked independently of the investigators.
So they were already on the case at the time you came into the case?
They're a resource, much like a surveillance unit, that you ask for their assistance in the case.
Okay. And did you ask for their assistance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you make arrangements for them to accompany you up to Washington?
Yes.
Did you, I think in your testimony you were asked about a briefing of the Perkins team?
Yes.
Did you participate in that briefing?
Yes.
And when was that briefing?
It was the day of the operation, October 2nd.
Okay.
Morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here in 15.
They've taken their morning break. I was actually wondering when their break was, and I wanted to feed the cats, and I kept waiting, and boom, there you go. Hey, Rachel, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, hey, Mona. Does he, March being declared. Nice. Hey, Mona, that happens a lot, right? He just like, boom. Rachel B. Oh my God. Hi, everyone. It's been years. This trial really didn't need to be this long. There's a ton of evidence. All right, let's go through what we've seen so far today. Detective Corey Farrell is back on the stand. He flew to Vancouver in early October to be ready for the October 2nd operation. Couldn't he have just said October 1st? They arrested Austin October 2nd. I guess when Austin was in the cell, they talked about, when Austin was testifying, they were talking about like, what did the detective show you? So he showed, Mr. Farrell here, Detective Farrell showed the still photos of the joggers and then the Porsche leaving. He talks about the Perkins agent, the undercover, if you will. Then they talk about the proffer. Austin had an attorney. Then Austin talked about the restaurant. So they didn't know about the hit the night before until Austin's proffer. So I think that they were probably like, oh my God, this is a gold mine when he told them about that. Monica texted Jessica at 5:41 asking if she wants fried rice. Monica has Google searches for pho restaurants near her. Austin couldn't locate the knife because the area had changed drastically. Then they talked about the October 31st, 2016 video of them dancing, and then the December 3rd, 2016 video with them with the hats on. And now we get to cross. So there were 3 prior sets of detectives, 7.5 years of investigation. We wanted to effect an arrest on Mr. Austin. Let's see, you reviewed the files. What material did you specifically review? Well, he says the jogger video, the cell phone records, the burner phones, the cell phone mapping, the airline records. I mean, there's just so much. There's just so much. So as for probable cause for PC murder, not second degree, she kept hammering on this. What evidence did you have for Austin and Monica? Indirectly, we had the relationship between Baker and Austin. Then, of course, Baker and Monica. So, no, you didn't have any direct evidence between Austin and Monica when you went to arrest Austin. Then what direct evidence did you have between Austin and Monica? The evidence that we had suggested much contact between Baker and Monica and then Austin. Is the truthful answer no? Objection sustained. So she kept trying to get that in. What direct evidence did you have? Well, we knew that Baker and Monica had an affair. We know that Baker deleted Fabio. We knew that Austin and Baker knew each other for many, many years, and that Austin did jobs for Baker. I mean, it's not. So what she's looking for the smoking gun. I get it. She's looking for the smoking gun, but sure. I guess there wasn't a smoking gun per se. No, Valeria, they're just on their morning break. Just on a morning break. Aw, Capri Law, thank you for that. And Valeria, hello to you. No, they, let's see, they're a half hour, we're on a half hour delayed, so it's actually 2:30 there. I'm sorry. It's 11:30 there now. They'll probably come back for another half hour or so. Yeah. And then they'll take their lunch break. Body McBot face. Did somebody get botted? Oh, I should go back to this. Hold on. Yeah, let me go back here. Wait, they're at lunch? Did he? Oh my God, I totally missed that. Here I was feeding the cats, and I totally missed that they're on lunch. All right, I guess they're at lunch. I'm sorry, Valeria, they are at lunch. I guess they're at lunch. I was feeding the cats, and I totally missed that there was no morning break. Holy smokes! Right? There was no morning break. They just went straight to lunch. It's only 11 o'clock. Wait, what just happened? What? That's what I get for feeding my cats. What did he say? I gotta rewind this. No, break for 15 minutes. What is he talking? What are they talking about lunch? Recess for 15 minutes. What? Why are they putting up lunch? Right? 15 minutes. Thank you, Lou. So, all right. That graphic, Series Super Bowl. That graphic is causing me some major agita right now. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I'm just, like I said, this graphic is concerning me. I thought it was just a 15-minute break too. All right, Krista, thank you. Yes, all right. Hashtag thanks a lot, Super Bowl. Enja, yes, they arrested Birdsong. They held him for 2 days, and then they let him go. Dude, what? What? Anja, they arrested Birdsong, held him for 2 days, and let him go. He was on $2 million bail. Cheryl C., okay, 15 minutes, thank you. Okay. Brenda Mayer, hey Mona, why would they be at lunch for 3 hours? I don't know. Brenda, 15 minutes, all right. All right. I have no idea why their graphic says. Yes. Super Bowl the star. You will give me attention. Super Bowl. She may be cracking you up. She's not cracking me up. Hey, Mona, maybe the banner is wrong. I hope so. I hope it's wrong. We'll stay here. I mean, I'm not going to go anywhere. Let's see what comes back. Oh, Sherry, your computer shut down? That stinks. Trying to do stuff. Well, here is my face. Well, she's over there now cleaning herself. So what time is it there now? They are 3 hours behind, so it's 11 o'clock. Yeah, the Chiron might be just an error. We'll see, Brat. So Valeria, yeah, it's 2 on the East Coast, so it's 11 out there. So that makes zero sense that they would be at lunch right now. So we'll stay here. I saw the judge say 15 minutes, so we'll stay here. Already been almost 10. All right, I'm going to change that to break instead of lunch. So is this Valeria? Who ate lunch at 11? Fala, no, they did not have a break. That's why I thought, yes, this is going to be their morning break. So to me, this is their morning break. That prompt is way off. Yeah, that's off. Somebody's not paying attention over there. Yeah, if they don't catch it, they'll lose a few viewers by 2. Right, Sinbad? All right. Are you coming back to claim your spot? All right, claim your spot. Brat, they're on a 30-minute delay. Yes, that would mean they left for lunch at 10:30. Yeah. 3-hour lunch tour. Brad, we're just going to go with that's off. That's off. Follow. Maybe they have a kitty distracting them. Yeah, Brad knows words like Chiron, and I sing profane lyrics about inappropriate things. People are different, folks. I went to a radio and television technical school back in my younger years, and I loved the television was what I loved the most, and we all had to take a spot doing directing, talent, lighting, audio, running the board, doing the Chiron. I'm pretty sure it's Chiron, right? I think I'm pronouncing it right if I remember correctly, and I loved that. That was so cool. Oh, do you hear the birds chirping outside? You hear that? We got a little birdie chirping. You guys hear that? Valeria, it's 8:06 soon, so you will eat dinner. Sounds good. Yeah, is the mic picking up the bird? If I know anything, it's how to pronounce. It looks like it should be Chiron, but I'm pretty sure it's Chiron. I could be wrong. Like I said, that was like years ago. Let's look it up. How do you pronounce? It is Chiron. Okay. Chiron. I was right. Oh, Sinbad. You did broadcast communications in the 70s? Yeah, things have changed. Brat says I'm pronouncing it correctly. Thank you. Thank you, Brat. Oh, Krista. Please show Skywatchers your beautiful image for the lunar eclipse. No problem. Yep. So this is a lunar eclipse next Friday, right? The 14th is next Friday, you guys. So this would be Thursday night into Friday, right? And then these times are all Eastern, right? So if you're in Canada, if you are in the United States, if you are in Mexico, if you're in the Caribbean, if you're in South America, you will be able to see a lunar eclipse. So there. Thank you, Krista, for that. Where I was the AV guy. Yeah. Yep. When I went to New York, I worked at AVR, which was audiovisual rentals. I worked at, what was my first job? Theater technology. Yep. They had a singing Christmas tree in New York City, and I was responsible for miking the singers. So that was pretty fun. If you guys are familiar with the singing Christmas tree, it's literally like this platform in the shape of a tree, and then they have these people, humans, go up and they sing. So I didn't mic them individually, but I would put them, I mic'd the tree. That was one of our jobs. So yes, I was the AV guy. Capri Law, are you taking off? Chiron, pronounced Chiron. Sherry M, you're in Oklahoma and it feels like spring already. Filling your feeders. Nice. Oh, there you are. Okay. You're off to entertain your stir crazy boys. Hopefully you'll see us later. Cool. I hope so too. Sinbad, I hope it won't be freezing at 2 a.m. We'll be on our mountaintop land to watch it. We have an amazing pro telescope. Nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, so again, it's going to be 3 in the morning Eastern and then back it up. So if you're on the West Coast, that'll be midnight. That's not too bad. What was my favorite job? When I worked at Scholastic. And then when I worked at First Marketing, which is where I met Aaron. So probably First Marketing, because that's where I met Aaron. And then Scholastic. Both places had an amazing workforce. Like the people were just so cool. Actually, I'm still friends with many people from that marketing job. And we still work with them. You know, designers, writers. Definitely First Marketing, love trumps all. Hey Mona, LSD 25 minced. I'm not even quite sure how to interpret that, but Green-Eyed Cat and Super Ball is a feral kitty? Yes. She is. She is. Therapist is asking, is that a drug or a lab rat reference? Oh yeah, it's in bed. If you can send some pictures, that would be cool. Milk the trees. A friend told me that. All right, how long have they been on break? All right, they've been on break for 16 minutes. All right, let's see. Hey Mona, blink twice. What does All right, I'm not gonna. All right, let me just double check what's going on here, folks. Let me go to, okay. What are they saying here? So, court is on a long lunch to address a juror medical issue. So there you go. So there was a juror medical issue. All right. I guess they are on lunch. I guess that Chiron operator was not false. All right. So they're on a long lunch. Wow, that's 5 o'clock. That literally is 3 hours. Literally is a 3-hour break. Yep, seems like they are on a 3-hour break. Well, death by boredom. Yeah. Yep, apparently there was a juror that had a medical issue. So the judge did say something about a 15-minute break, but then this popped up. Hey, Kathy Smith, good to see you too. Thank you for joining us. Death by boredom, sudden onset narcolepsy. What mischief could we get up for 3 hours? Get up to for 3 hours? Well, this thing, I'm going to go eat. I haven't had lunch yet, so I guess I'm going to go eat. All right, I'm going to take the break. Not the full break, but I'll come back in a little bit. Maybe we'll play some Baker, or we'll find something to play. I'll find something for you guys. All right, we are going to take the lunch break. So, court is at lunch. Wow. Geez, until 5 p.m. Good Lord. Oh, wait, no, until, yeah. All right. Oh, come on. Sorry, guys. All right. They never come back on time. All right, I'm going to take this opportunity to grab some food myself, and I will be back a half hour or so, hour. We'll see. Seems like we have 3 hours to kill. All right. Ooh, wait a minute. Now they're moving the camera on us. I'm just reading what other people are talking about. All right. Seems like they are at lunch. Yeah. It got cooked. It got kicked. Maybe moving it back. Yeah. Hey Mona, to clarify, when I mentioned I milked the trees. I had memories of hearing trees way back when. All right, you guys, I'm going to go grab some food. Excuse me, I'm going to grab some food. We're going to keep this running. We're going to play some music for you, and we'll be back. I'll be back soon. Have fun. Don't want to do that. Hey guys, so Julie, we're going to actually cover that. The Gene Hackman, we're going to pop in on that. The Gene Hackman press conference. Baca, you want to look at Tristan Mullis afterwards? If we have time, yeah, we can pop in on that. And Leslie, Donna Adelson starts. When's Donna start? There's a case management hearing on the 25th, Leslie. Looks like, is it May? Looks like middle of May, Leslie, that Donna's going to start, middle of May. Yeah, we're going to check out Gene Hackman. It was supposed to start at 3:30. Then it got kicked to 3:45, and now they're saying 4 o'clock. So I wanted to find some more stuff on Baker and Monica's I wanted to find something more on their pre-trial stuff. I swore they did pre-trial. Hey, Sharon. Good job. Welcome. Welcome, Sharon. Thank you for joining. Yep, just waiting. I got an eye on it, Julie. They said, it's in the chat, they said it would be 4 o'clock. Hey, Sharon. Hello, hello to you. Welcome aboard. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. Yeah, I thought that there was something on Monica and Baker being like showing up in court together, you know? Way back when, so I'm just trying to find something about that. All right, let me, okay. Oh, Sharon, you love our channel. Been watching for a while. Love the commentary and the breaks as much as I love watching the trials. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, Baca, let me see how long Tristan's testimony is. All right, so 122. It's about a half an hour. All right, we'll get Baca. We'll do. I'll do Tristan after this because it looks like it's about a half an hour. It's 120. Actually, it looks like it's about 40 minutes. All right. Yeah, we'll depending on how long this press conference goes, we'll pull up Tristan. You're welcome, Baca. No problem. All right, so what is going on with Gene Hackman? I haven't really kept up other than he wasn't found for like 9 days or something. What's the latest here? All right, what's the latest? So his wife and he, Betsy, okay. Investigators have been trying to determine a cause of death. They were found in their home in Santa Fe. So the medical investigator and the State Department of Health are expected to join the sheriff at today's press conference. So he was 95, his wife was 65. They were both found passed away, so February 26th. There were no apparent signs of foul play. The initial findings from the autopsy found no external trauma. Hackman likely passed away several days before the bodies were discovered. The last event of his pacemaker was recorded February 17th. Father, we don't know what or how. That's what we are waiting for. Instead of all the gossipy gossip. Gotcha. So the last event on his pacemaker was February 17th. It's found in a mudroom. His body was found in a mudroom near the kitchen with a cane and sunglasses nearby. So was he going for a walk? Sheriff's office found medication for blood pressure and thyroid issues, as well as Tylenol. Some pills were scattered on a bathroom countertop near where Arakawa's body was found. And one of the couple's 3 dogs was found dead in a crate. Oh, but their other 2 dogs were found alive. They collected 2 cell phones and a monthly planner, but no surveillance cameras had been found. The company that provides natural gas service for the home made no significant findings after looking for gas leaks and carbon monoxide. And the sheriff said both bodies tested negative for carbon monoxide. All right, so that seems to be the latest. This was 3 hours ago. All right. Closet. The dog was in the closet. All right. They said crate here, but you heard a closet. Let's see what else. Now here's from Men's Journal. Gene Hackman's photographer contradicts previous reports. So now a surprising contradiction has emerged regarding his lifestyle. Some friends recently opened up a little bit about his condition late in his life as they revealed he lived a reclusive lifestyle. One friend went as far as to say he was essentially kind of homebound. The dude's 95. Come on. Okay. I'm going to be homebound too when I'm 95. However, this is not exactly how photographer Mark described his lifestyle. Krush snapped photographs of Hackman Arakawa over the years in the Santa Fe area, and he told Fox News that it was not uncommon to see Hackman outside of his house driving in and around town. He said that the couple even enjoyed long drives to very, very remote locations. He's 95. I actually saw them driving a couple of different times. I was coming up from either Albuquerque or I was going to Santa Fe from Taos, and I saw them and recognized both their cars. So they're both driving? I kind of just gave them as much space as they could get, but I would see them in very, very remote areas. They were really picturesque places by the side of a river once. Krush said that he even saw Hackman go out for drives by himself and recalled one instance where he saw Hackman out and about on a solo drive. I was going skiing and I saw him pull over. I went up for a couple of hours and I came back and met with him and they were still there. It was just the two of them, but she always had her dogs with her. So he indicated that Hackman wouldn't necessarily get out of the car, but he would drive by himself and enjoy the scenery. All right, well, that's that. But he is 95, so his death of natural causes wouldn't shock me. Yeah, she was young. And she's a classical pianist. She was found in her bathroom. So the sheriff said a couple weeks ago, it sounds like they had been deceased for quite a while, and I don't want to guess in reference to how long that was. A sheriff's detective who responded to the scene said they believed the couple had been dead for some time because Miss Arakawa's decomposition and mummification in the hands and feet. Wow. The male decedent also showed obvious signs of death, similar and consistent with the female. Near Miss Arakawa's head was a portable heater, which the detective determined could have been brought down in the event she abruptly fell to the ground. Okay, so there you go. The couple's German Shepherd dog was found in the bathroom closet. So that was some poor reporting there, Fala, that they put the crate. Or we have to verify it. One said crate, one said closet. Fala says closet. We'll go with closet. The person who called emergency services found the front door of the property open. But the detective observed no sign of forced entry into the home. Nothing appeared out of place. Neither was there any indication that belongings had been rummaged through. Right? And the two other healthy dogs were discovered roaming the property, one inside and one outside. The local utility responded and found no sign of a gas leak in the area. The fire department detected no indication of carbon monoxide leak or poisoning. So the detective spoke at the scene to two maintenance workers, one of whom had called the emergency services. So it was the some maintenance workers. The two workers said they sometimes conducted routine work at the property, but rarely ever saw the couple. They indicated that they communicated with them by phone and text, primarily with Miss Arakara. The two workers said they last had contact with the couple 2 weeks beforehand. Recording of the 911 shows the emotional caller telling a dispatcher how he found the two bodies. They're not moving, he says in the audio. Just send someone out here real quick. The person who made the call while standing outside the property and peering in through the window is heard saying, "Damn," repeatedly. All right. All right. I've educated myself a little bit there. I hope I educated you guys as well. Now I have a little bit more understanding of, of what happened. So if you're joining us a little bit late, we are waiting on we're waiting for Monica to come back from lunch, and that's going to be another hour. So in the meantime, we're going to bounce on over to, they're doing a Gene Hackman press conference. So I'm assuming the autopsy is complete and perhaps toxicology as well. So while we wait for Monica to come back, we're going to check in on this Gene Hackman press conference. Irish Amy, I wonder if the wife found him and unalived herself with grief, and the dog who apparently was closest to her and the one who was unalived too. I know. Oh, that bouncing us? Yes, we're going to bounce. Well, we're going to stay here, but we're going to pull up this press conference, which theoretically should be happening soon. Irish Amy, I really want to know what happened there. Yeah, me too. Okay, therapist. Hey, Heather Marie, how are you? Maybe she saw him unresponsive and ran to get his medicine to help him? Maybe. And then why would she slipped and fell or something? Like what would have caused her to? What would have caused her? Hey, Ponzi Fonzie. Okie from Muskogee. How are you doing today? Gina Farley, I'm going to watch a Gene Hackman film tonight. Not sure which one. Right? I'd say Young Frankenstein, but he's only in it for like 5 minutes. All right, what are all of Gene Hackman's, what are all of his movies? Of course, French Connection is obviously the big one. Unforgiven, yep, saw that one too. I never saw Mississippi Burning. Did not see that one. Bonnie and Clyde I saw. I don't remember him in that, though. I saw that as a kid. Oh, Poseidon Adventure, of course. Yep. Superman films, of course. Get Short. He was in The Birdcage? Oh, God, yes, The Birdcage. Holy crap. Definitely The Birdcage. The Royal Tenenbaums. Jesus, I saw that and I don't remember. What was his character in that? Oh, yeah. Okay, Royal Tenenbaums. That would be a good one to watch. Welcome to Mooseport. I actually saw that. Yeah, he's like the president, I think, right? Wow, there's so many. Yeah. A Bridge Too Far. Yep, I remember that one. Under Fire. I don't remember that one. Hoosiers, I didn't see Hoosiers. I remember it, but I didn't see it. Power? Don't remember that one. Another Woman. Don't remember that one. The Firm. I remember that, but I didn't see it. Crimson Tide. I remember, but I didn't see it. The Quick and the Dead. Did not see that one. Get Shorty. Yep, I remember that one. Wow. I guess I've seen a lot of Mr. Hackman's films. I had no idea. Scarecrow? He was in Scarecrow? I don't think I saw that. With Al Pacino? A road comedy drama. A relationship between two men who travel from California seeking to start a business in Pittsburgh. Yeah, I don't remember that one. I don't think I saw that. Oh, he was in a Coppola, The Conversation? I don't remember. I didn't see that one. The Firm is good. Irish Amy, yeah, they were partially mummified. Can you mummify yourself, or does someone need to do it? His wife apparently had some mummification in her hands and feet, and then they said the deputy said that Gene did as well. Sinbad 33, The Unforgiven, yeah, Hoosiers was wonderful. I didn't watch it. I remember when it came out. It was a big one. I didn't see it. Lex Luthor, yeah, he is good. He's a good Lex Luthor. All of his movies were great. He's a great actor. No question about it. No question about it. And the man's 95. I mean, God love him. Say, dude. Not the best way to go out, but 95. All right, let's see if they're still on track. All right, they're still on track to have a press conference. At 4, our time, which is another 3 minutes now. We're still waiting for them to kick in. I don't think I saw The Quick and the Dead. I don't think I saw that one. The Unforgiven I saw. I don't think I saw The Quick and the Dead. Oh, Pammy, yeah, the arid climate. That could be. That could be. Okay, that's really weird. That's coming from the feed. That's coming from the feed. Yeah. All right. That was weird. Poseidon Adventure. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one. God, there's so many people in that. Oh. Audio, get your. That's the feed. That's the feed. No, I'm all right. That's the feed. All right, seems like something's coming in, guys.
Oh, really? Wow.
We don't have the visual yet, but we have audio.
She's doing it.
So streams will be starting soon.
Hey,
everybody. Just coming out to give you a 2-minute warning. They'll be coming out right on time. Did you all want me to give the names, or did everybody get these?
Give the names, please.
Okay, so we have Sheriff Adan Mendoza. That's ADANMENDOZA. With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, we've got Dr. Heather Jarrell, Chief Medical Investigator with the New Mexico Office of the Medical Investigator. That's HEATHERJARRELL. And we have Dr. Aaron Phipps with the New Mexico State Veterinarian with the New Mexico Department of Health. That's ERINPHIPPS. And they'll be out shortly. Thank you.
I think they're taking us.
All right, I'm going to turn off my mic because it's probably giving you guys an echo, so I'll turn my mic off.
Absolutely, a lot of unanswered questions. We hope that this press conference will unveil the big mystery. What happened to Gene Hackman, his wife Betsy Arakawa, and their dog? Right now, we're going to hear from investigators from not only the Sheriff's Office, the Medical Investigator's Office, and the Fire Department. As you can see behind me, we have Sheriff Adan there walking out, about to take the podium. It's been 9 days since those bodies have been found in their Santa Fe home, the couple, and I'm going to step out of the way so we can listen to the Sheriff as he gets underway here with this press conference.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sheriff Adan Mendoza, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. With me today is Dr. Heather Jarrell, Chief Medical Investigator for the New Mexico Office of the Medical Investigator. Dr. Aaron Phipps, New Mexico State Public Health Veterinarian, New Mexico Department of Health, and also Chief Brian Moya, Santa Fe City Fire Department. This investigation started on February 26th with the discovery of Mr. Hackman and Ms. Arakawa and their dog at their residence. I just want to do a short recap and then touch on some new information. As we know, both individuals tested negative for carbon monoxide. City Fire conducted tests and deemed scene safe for deputies to conduct their investigation. The preliminary pacemaker interrogation results were released last week, and I'll let Dr. Jarrell touch more specifically on those results. The gas company New Mexico, they also did an analysis of the residence, and they found one minor leak in a single burner on the kitchen stove, which was 0.33% of room air, which was pretty minute and insignificant. Since that time, Xena, the deceased dog, has been taken for necropsy at the Veterinary Diagnostic Services, and we'll be awaiting those results. Let's speak a little bit in reference to the timeline for Betsy Arakawa. We know from our investigation that on February 9th, 2025, she picked up Xena from Gruta Veterinary Hospital. There was a procedure that was done with the dog, which may explain why the dog was in a crate at the residence. Let's move on to February 11th, 2025. Mrs. Arakawa had an email conversation with her massage therapist at about 11:21 a.m. Moving on into the afternoon, Ms. Arakawa was at the Sprouts Farmers Market between 3:30 and 4:15 p.m. Ms. Arakawa was seen on surveillance video at the CVS Pharmacy in Santa Fe from 4:12 to 4:20 p.m. She then stopped at a local pet food store at about 4:54 p.m. Her car was seen on surveillance, and the remote control clicker that is assigned to her and her vehicle was used to enter the subdivision to gain access to the gated community at 5:15 p.m. Numerous emails were unopened on her computer on February 11th. There was no additional outgoing communication from her or known activity after February 11th, 2025. The cell phone information and the cell phone data is pending. We're working with state police to get the information from those phones, but our investigation shows that all the last known communication and activity from Ms. Arakawa was on February 11th. I'm going to go ahead and turn over the podium to Dr. Gerald. I would ask that everybody refrain from asking questions until everybody has provided their statements. I'll step up to the podium and then we'll go ahead and field questions from the media. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. I'm Dr. Heather Gerald, the Chief Medical Examiner for New Mexico at the Office of the Medical Investigator. I'd like to begin by stating that it is unprecedented for the Office of the Medical Investigator to make public statements about death investigations. However, the circumstances surrounding these two deaths require accurate dissemination of important information. I've also spoken with the Hackman family prior to this conference, who are aware of the autopsy findings and conclusions and are aware of this conference. On Thursday, February 27th, I performed an autopsy on Mr. Gene Hackman. Medical examiner Dr. Daniel Gallego at the Office of the Medical Investigator performed a full autopsy on Miss Betsy Arakawa Hackman. Also on Thursday, February 27th. By report, Miss Arakawa Hackman's legal name is Betsy Hackman, which is how she will be referred to hereafter. The cause of death for Miss Betsy Hackman, aged 65 years, is hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. The manner of death is natural. Autopsy examination and full-body postmortem CT demonstrated no findings of trauma internally or externally, with microscopic findings consistent with hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. Laboratory testing was positive for hantavirus at a clinical lab, with required confirmation testing positive at Scientific Laboratories Division. Testing for COVID-19, influenza, and other common respiratory viruses was negative. Testing for carbon monoxide was negative. There were no other significant natural disease findings. Pills present on scene were thyroid medication, which were being taken as prescribed and is not currently a concern for a contributory cause of death. The cause of death for Mr. Gene Hackman, aged 95 years, is hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, with Alzheimer's disease as a significant contributory factor. Autopsy examination and a full-body postmortem CT examination demonstrated no acute findings of internal or external trauma, and showed severe heart disease, including multiple surgical procedures involving the heart, evidence of prior heart attacks, and severe changes of the kidneys due to chronic high blood pressure. Examination of the brain showed advanced Alzheimer's disease, as well as blood vessel changes in the brain secondary to chronic high blood pressure. Laboratory testing performed at Scientific Laboratories Division was negative for COVID-19, influenza, and other common respiratory viruses. Testing for hantavirus was negative. Testing for carbon monoxide was negative. Additionally, there were no autopsy findings concerning for hantavirus infection. I have been asked when death occurred for these individuals. There is no reliable scientific method to accurately determine the exact time or date of death. Mr. Hackman's initial pacemaker data revealed cardiac activity on February 17th, with subsequent pacemaker interrogation demonstrating an abnormal rhythm of atrial fibrillation on February 18th, which was the last record of heart activity. Based on this information, it is reasonable to conclude that Mr. Hackman probably died around February 18th. Based on the circumstances, it is reasonable to conclude that Ms. Hackman passed away first, with February 11th being the last time that she was known to be alive. Lastly, clinically, hantavirus infection is characterized by flu-like symptoms consisting of fever, muscle aches, cough, sometimes vomiting and diarrhea that can progress to shortness of breath and cardiac or heart failure and lung failure. This occurs after a 1 to 8 week exposure to excrement from a primarily particular mouse species that carries hantavirus. The mortality of hantavirus, the mortality rate of the hantavirus strain in the Southwest is about 38 to 50%. The hantavirus strains in the United States are not transmissible from person to person. And so this is an appropriate time to segue to Dr. Aaron Phipps, the state public health veterinarian with the New Mexico Department of Health. But before I do so, I'd like to kindly ask for everyone to please respect the privacy that Mr. Gene Hackman, Miss Betsy Hackman, and their family and friends deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gerald. I will now provide additional information about hantaviruses in New Mexico. There are many different types of hantaviruses found worldwide. These viruses are zoonotic, meaning they are transmitted from animals to humans. Hantaviruses are carried by rodents. The hantavirus found in New Mexico, the Sin Nombre virus, is found primarily in deer mice, but in other rodents as well. Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome is a rare disease caused by hantaviruses, but a small number of human infections are found every year in New Mexico. Over the past 5 years, New Mexico has confirmed between 1 and 7 hantavirus infections in humans each year. Through the end of 2024, we have identified 136 infections over the past 50 years in New Mexico residents, 5 of these in Santa Fe County. This is a serious disease. 42% of these infections here in New Mexico were fatal. Most transmission occurs around the patient's residence or workplace, and the New Mexico Department of Health typically conducts an environmental investigation at the residence of all hantavirus cases in our jurisdiction. This can help identify specific areas that may pose higher risk, providing insight into where transmission may have occurred and how to prevent future infections. On March 5th, the New Mexico Department of Health staff conducted a risk assessment of the property, including the main residence, as well as other structures on the property. This was critically important to address concerns about health risks to first responders, as well as to inform any prevention measures needed to protect the family and other individuals entering the property in the future. We assessed the risk of exposure in the primary residence as low, similar to other well-maintained houses in New Mexico. We did identify signs of rodent entry in other structures on the property and provided information and resources about reducing the risk of hantavirus transmission related to those areas. Hantavirus can be transmitted to people through rodent urine, droppings, or saliva, so it is important to take special steps when cleaning up after rodents. Avoiding contact with or breathing in aerosolized rodent urine or feces, especially in a poorly ventilated area, is key. Detailed guidance can be found on the New Mexico Department of Health and the CDC websites, but I will provide a very brief summary now. It is important to use gloves and a well-fitting N95 mask when around or cleaning rodent-infested areas, and to open any windows or doors for at least 30 minutes beforehand to increase ventilation. Spray the area thoroughly with a 10% bleach solution or a commercial disinfectant. Let it sit for 5 minutes. Next, clean the area with paper towels, then throw them away in a covered garbage can that is regularly emptied. Before removing gloves, wash your gloved hands with soap and water or with a disinfectant, and then after removing gloves, wash your hands again with soap and water. It's important to never sweep up or vacuum mouse droppings, since this can spread particles up into the air. Since hantavirus is found throughout New Mexico, awareness of these risks and how to reduce them is important for all New Mexicans. The New Mexico Department of Health extends our deepest condolences to the families and friends during this difficult time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that'll conclude the statements for today. We will go ahead and take questions. I ask that there be one question per agency, and please state who you're directing the question to, as there's several individuals here at this conference. Sir.
Sheriff, just to clarify the timeline here, does this mean Gene Hackman was likely home with his deceased wife for a week before he passed away himself?
Yes, I would assume that is the case.
Do you believe, given his Alzheimer's status, that Mr. Hackman was able to live on his own and survive for those 7 days?
I think that's more a question, maybe for Dr. Durrell.
Just to repeat so that everyone could hear, the question was, do we believe that Mr. Hackman was able to live on his own and survive? The answer to that question is that Mr. Hackman showed evidence of advanced Alzheimer's disease. I'm not aware of what his normal daily functioning capability was. He was in a very poor state of health. He had significant heart disease, and I think ultimately that is what resulted in his death. I was able to look at fluid to determine if he was dehydrated, and I did not see evidence of dehydration. I did see evidence of very poor kidney function, and I think he died as a result of his heart disease and with Alzheimer's being that contributing factor.
What about starvation?
The question was, what about starvation? So there was no food in his stomach, which means he had not eaten recently, but he had also no evidence of dehydration.
So based on your understanding of the progression of the Alzheimer's, do you believe that he was possibly not aware that his wife had died or didn't know what to do in that situation?
It's difficult to answer. The question was he aware that Ms. Hackman had died? And I think that question's difficult to answer, but I can tell you that he was in an advanced state of Alzheimer's, and it's quite possible that he was not aware that she was deceased.
This is for the sheriff. Considering the circumstances under which Mr. Hackman was found in the mudroom with his walking cane and sunglasses by him, do Do you think there is a possibility that he was trying to get help for his wife?
That's hard to answer. Again, it's hard to get into the frame of mind of what was happening at the time, and I don't know if we'll ever have the answer to that question, whether he was going to go for help or he wasn't. Sir.
Sheriff, are there any other big questions that you're trying to answer? I mean, does this answer the biggest questions you had about their death in this case? Is there anything else that you're really seeking?
Yeah, so the question is there any other big questions that are left? I think a lot of questions were answered here today. I think there was, Dr. Durrell went over the cause of death, and I think a lot of those questions are answered. I think the timeline that we've been given as far as the pacemaker results and the history and evidence that we found as far as the timeline of Miss Arakawa, I think a lot of the questions have been answered. We are waiting on the cell phones, but I would, very unlikely that the cell phones are going to show anything else. Another question?
Sheriff, are there any signs of, what have you learned about Mr. Hackman's communication after February 11th? Did you talk to any friends of his who had spoken with him during that week-long period, or know anything about what he was doing?
So the question is whether there was any communication from Mr. Hackman or activity, and no, at this point, no. I don't know if he used cell phones or technology or emails. There's no indication of that. So right now there is no activity from Mr. Hackman.
Sheriff, do you know if his pacemaker was connected to some sort of monitoring service? Was anyone tipped off that something was wrong?
The question was his pacemaker connected to a monitoring service? The answer to that is that his physician, one of his physicians, had contacted me and told me that they could see the data from the 17th, but that to really get the most information from that would come from the interrogation of the pacemaker. And that's as much as I can answer, not being a cardiologist.
But they didn't say whether or not they were monitoring, or was his pacemaker equipped to send back data in exact time so that someone could say, hey, something's not right?
I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
Sure. Sheriff.
Sir.
Was there any footage that came from the body cam from the house?
I'm sorry, what was
there any footage or anything that you can see from, like, body cam footage from the house? Are
you talking about the body cams that the investigator, the responding personnel were wearing?
Video? Is there any video?
No. So there was no outside surveillance or interior surveillance that we are aware of in the residence. So there was nothing to show the activity inside or outside the residence, and not at this time, no.
So, Dr. Durrell, you mentioned that one of the symptoms of hantavirus is shortness of breath. We learned before that Betsy Hackman was laying on the floor when she was found. What kind of medical episode would she have had to cause her to fall and not be able to ask for help?
The question was regarding shortness of breath with hantavirus, and what kind of medical episode would we expect from somebody found on the floor. And I think to be able to answer that question fairly, it can go back to hantavirus infection, which initiates with what's called a prodromal phase. That's initially flu-like symptoms, where a person has fever and muscle aches, that they don't feel well. After, of course, being exposed to rodent excrement. And that phase can last roughly 3 to 6 days. And then they can transition to that pulmonary phase where they have fluid in their lungs and around their lungs. And at that point, a person can die very quickly, within 24 to 48 hours, roughly speaking, without medical treatment. It's not uncommon to find someone down on the floor as part of a terminal collapse, so to speak, and that may very well have been what happened to Ms. Hackman.
You're estimating her time of death on the 11th, or is it possible that she collapsed and was alive for a couple of days?
It's hard to say. I don't think she was on the floor alive for a couple of days. I think that she went through that time period, and I don't know when she began to feel ill. And those are just things that I don't know that I'm ever going to have the answers to. But I think and going back to that initial time period, roughly 3 to 6 days of feeling ill and then succumbing pretty quickly after fluid begins to build up in the lungs.
Given the dog was crated, is it fair to assume that the dog died from dehydration or starvation?
I don't think we know the answer to that. However, given the timelines presented, it is a possibility.
Is it possible the dog had the hantavirus?
Dogs do not get sick from hantavirus.
Sure.
You mentioned that Betsy Hackman went to a pharmacy. She consulted with a pharmacist or what medications she might have sought out.
The question was if we knew on Betsy's visit to the pharmacy if there was some medication or if she consulted with a pharmacist. We don't have that information, and I'm not sure that we can get that information due to HIPAA laws, but we don't have that information right now. Sure.
Why did it take that long?
At this point, there's no indication that there was a caretaker at the home.
Sheriff, with the footage that you saw of Betsy on February 11th, was there any indication that she was feeling shortness of breath or having trouble moving around while she was running these errands?
You know, we can analyze the video a little more, but it's going to be hard to tell. She was walking around, she was shopping, she was visiting stores, but my detectives didn't indicate that there was any problem with her or struggle of her getting around. So, and I believe she had a mask on also, so I'll have to confirm that, but yeah, that there wasn't any indication of that. Sasha?
Sheriff, this might be for you or Chief Moya, I don't know who could better answer it, but when was the last time you guys dealt with a hantavirus case in Santa Fe County or responded to one?
Yeah, the question was last time the city of Santa Fe or the county dealt with a hantavirus case. I think we're going to have to look into that. I'll get back to you. I would have to do some data before we pull that
Have you had any communication with the CDC? Is there a concern about a bigger public health issue here when it comes to hantavirus?
The CDC is aware of this case. Hantavirus is a notifiable condition nationally. All hantavirus cases are notified to them. This is not an unusual case. We get cases every year, unfortunately. So we're not seeing any indications of any abnormal or unusual patterns.
Dr. Darrell? We'll go ahead and take 2 more questions, and then we'll wrap this up. Is there anybody that hasn't asked a question yet?
Sure.
Sir.
Do we know, did Betsy communicate to anyone, family, friends, that she was feeling ill? Did she make anyone aware?
Again, we're going through some of the communications, and I think the cell phones may have some indications of that prior to the 11th. But as of this moment, I don't have any information that she was indicating that she was feeling ill during any communication. One more question?
Since there's no sense that this is criminal in nature, are you closing this investigation? Are you still going to be releasing body camera footage from the deputies that entered the house? What happens next?
So we will deal with IPRA requests as necessary. If there's body camera or any request for public information, we will be releasing that because of the law. But yeah, we consider this an open investigation until we close the loopholes of the cell phones, until we finish out the necropsy results of the canine and other loose ends that we need to tie up. But you know, I think we're pretty close to the timeline and with the information that Dr. Jarrell provided.
One question on the heart disease: is it fair to describe this as a heart attack, or is it not? Is that not an accurate term for the heart disease that he suffered?
The question was, is it fair to conclude that Mr. Hackman died from a heart attack? And the answer to that is that it's a little bit difficult to say. I saw no microscopic evidence of a recent heart attack. However, those changes can also take some time to develop, several hours to develop so that I can see it under the microscope. He could have had an abnormal heart rhythm. We already know that he was in atrial fibrillation on the 18th, and that could have evolved into a more terminal heart rhythm.
Is heart failure an okay way to describe it? We use that terminology.
The question was, did Mr. Hackman have heart failure? Oftentimes we see fluid around the lungs and heart failure and congestion of the liver. I did not see that in his case, but he had very poor heart or very extensive heart disease. And so he would have been predisposed to abnormal heart rhythms, and hence he had a pacemaker as well.
Thank you, everybody. That'll conclude the press conference for today. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. So that was interesting. I'll run over this again, but I think you guys got the gist of that. So first up was Sheriff Adam Mendoza. He said it was 9 days since the bodies had been found. They were discovered the 26th. They both tested negative to carbon monoxide. The pacemaker results, he talked about the pacemaker results that they got from last week. The gas company did find one minor leak, but it was 0.33%, which he said was very minimal. We heard the name of the dog, Xena. Xena the dog is going to be examined. Then Betsy, so what they do know from some CCTV was that Betsy picked up Xena from the vet. February, I didn't catch the date, but maybe the 10th or 11th, I don't know. Well, the February 11th, Betsy had an email conversation with a massage therapist. She went to a farmer's market. She went to CVS. She went to a pet food store. Then she went into the gated community, and then there was numerous emails that were unopened, and then that's the last activity. So I think maybe she picked up Xena maybe the 10th. I didn't quite catch that. Nor do we know, excuse me, nor do we know why Xena was at the vet. So then Dr. Heather Jarrell, she says it's unprecedented to make public statements. So she spoke to the family, and they are aware. So they performed an autopsy on Gene on February 27th. He had hypertensive disease. She rattled off some, I didn't catch all of it, but basically he had severe heart disease. He had advanced stages of Alzheimer's. There was evidence of a past heart attack, but he tested negative for COVID. But then Betsy, was determined that she also had an autopsy that February 27th, and she had hantavirus pulmonary syndrome. I never even heard of that before. Also testing for COVID and other respiratory ailments were negative. There's no scientific method to determine the exact time of death. February 18th, though, there was Gene's abnormal heart, I guess his pacemaker sent out a pulse. It's reasonable to conclude that Betsy passed away first around the 11th, and it's from excrement of mice. It's from rodents. I've never even heard of hantavirus. This is absolutely, I've never heard of this before. Yeah, what is it? It's you get it from rodents. It's a severe respiratory illness. It's a family of viruses that are transmitted to humans through contact with infected rodents. Symptoms are fever, muscle aches, headache, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, shortness of breath, cough. Progression is 1 to 8 weeks after exposure. Early symptoms may resemble the flu. The disease may progress rapidly, leading to severe respiratory distress, low blood sugar, and organ failure. Mortality rate is around 38%. It says it's rare, but it's life-threatening. Never even heard of it before. Hanta. It's H-A-N, Hanta. H-A-N-T-A, hantavirus. Right? Crazy. Never heard of this before. Yeah, oh, you got it right. Hantavirus. Yeah, hantavirus. It's a real issue. Apparently in New Mexico, it's huge, right? It's huge in New Mexico, as they were saying. So it's in New Mexico. It's transmitted from animals to humans. It's carried by rodents, specifically deer mice. There's 1 to 7 infections each year over the past 5 years. Not a lot, but enough. 5 were in Santa Fe County alone. 42% were fatal. They did identify some rodent entries into the residence. It's usually, rodent excrement, urine, droppings, saliva. Never sweep up or vacuum, and avoid breathing it in. Wow. So then they think Gene was home alone for a week. They these were questions. Do we believe Gene lived on his own and survived? He did show evidence of advanced Alzheimer's. He had poor state of health. Man was 95, so he was in a poor state of health, ultimately resulted in his passing. He wasn't dehydrated, though, but he did have poor kidney function. They think he died as a result of his heart disease. They asked, what about starvation? There was no food in his stomach, which means I think it was usually digests 6 hours or so, something 4 to 6 hours. So he hadn't eaten, say, in 10 hours at least. So there's no food in his stomach, but there's no evidence of dehydration. Was Gene aware Betsy had died? I mean, questions like that. Come on, how are we ever going to know what he knew? It's difficult to answer. It's possible. Gene was in the mudroom. Was he getting help? That's hard to answer. There's no other big questions right now that they're out there looking for. They are waiting on cell phone data to come back, but they're not really looking at them to help. They was asked, did other friends communicate with them? They said they don't know at this point. There's no activity that Gene even used technology, meaning emails. I mean, again, the man's 95. He probably, he doesn't, I don't know. He doesn't probably care about emails. Was his pacemaker connected to a monitoring service? One of his physicians saw the data, so it was, but I guess nothing really came of it. What would have caused Betsy to fall? She said muscle aches, pulmonary phase, fluids go into your lungs, and then you can pass away within 48 hours without medical treatment. Is it possible Betsy was on the floor for a couple of days? They said it's unlikely. 3 to 6 days of feeling ill, and then quickly after fluids build up in the lungs. Did the dog starvation? Oh, it's possible. Poor little guy. Zena. Dogs don't get sick from hantavirus. The visit, Betsy. So they have CCTV of Betsy walking around, and her visit to CVS they don't have because under HIPAA laws, they don't know what she got there. There's no indication there was a caretaker. They're going to analyze the video of Betsy walking around, but nothing appeared to be wrong. I think he said she even had a mask on. When's the last time you had to deal with hantavirus? The other guy said we'll have to look into that. Any communication with the CDC? They are aware. Did Betsy communicate with any friends or family? There's no indication of that. Are you closing this investigation? Sheriff said we'll deal with any appropriate requests, which would be the body cam. But it's still an open investigation until after the cell phone records and the dog necropsy. Microscopic evidence of a recent heart attack. So February 18th, he did have an AFib. Did Gene have heart failure? Didn't see any evidence, but had extensive heart disease. You learned about it on Ice Road Truckers, really? I used to actually watch that. Yeah. Yeah, the monitor, I mean, they're not saying anything that they're going to investigate the monitoring system, but nobody's going to be held liable for that. Not at 95, but also had advanced Alzheimer's. He might not have remembered how to use a cell phone anymore. Pratt says, yeah, poor guy. Oh, Groovy Cheryl, are you with us? I didn't see you come in. Hello to you. Butterfly Dana says, sweeping up mice dew is not good. Wear a mask. Also, gloves. Yep. Disinfect. Yep. She said 10% bleach, I think. I think that's what she said. Mel says, at least we appear to know who perished first. I know. Butterfly Dana, look it up in your area. It's in a lot of states. I definitely am going to check it out. Well, according to the Mayo Clinic, hantavirus pulmonary syndrome is a human disease found in North and South America. Each strain of the hantavirus has a preferred rodent carrier. Mice on ice. Who knew? Nope. One of the guys, a mouse got in this truck. He got hantavirus. Wow. Jeez. Hey, Groovy, how are you? Groovy Cheryl. I know you don't believe there was anything that concerns you in the story, but the readings reveal an entirely different picture. Each one of them had independence of each other. Shirley Roth, maybe he didn't realize she passed away. I know. Oh, it's so sad. Poor dude. Poor dude. All right. So Baca, to get back to your request for Tristan, that's 40 minutes, so we only have 20 minutes to kill. So what we'll do it another time. I do want to watch it as well. So we'll get back to Tristan Mullis's testimony another time. But I don't want to cut into Monica any more than I have to. Let's see. Whoa, are they done? They ended the feed. What? Are you kidding me? They ended the feed? What's going on with Monica, you guys? They ended the feed. All right, I need chat to do some research. It looks like they ended the feed. Help me find what's going on. Yeah, the sick juror. The feed ended, and I can't go back and look at the chat. They're back on Monday, YB? Yep, court is done. All right. They're done. Interesting. All right. YB, back on Monday. All right.
Yeah, they're done for the day.
They're done for the day.
To adjourn medical issue.
Read Missy's thing from
Yep.
sick juror. Okay, YB. Okay. Okay. Per Kathy Russin, Monica trials adjourned for the week due to the juror having a medical issue. All right. Well, let's go listen to Tristan Mullis's testimony. Let's go listen to that. What say you, chat? Are you up for that, chat? Let's go listen to that. And our really? Why didn't it? 1 hour 18 minutes. All right. So, all right, let's go. All right. So this is Tristan. I'm going to have to move myself over here. I'll move myself. There are a lot of freaky guys out. 2 squeegees. All right. So this is Tristan Mullis's testimony from the trial. You guys okay with it? All right, cool. So let's let me just get my notes from the trial just to make sure that I didn't miss anything. All right. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Let me just. So he testified. He testified third. He was the third to testify. All right. 2 squeegees. All right. I'll cover. I'll cover me. All right, so this is Tristan Mullis's testimony from day 1. Todd Mullis.
Tristan, this is Judge Bitter. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're going to be called as a witness to testify, so you have to promise to tell the truth and take an oath. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want you to raise your right hand right now. Do you swear that the testimony you give here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
State your name and spell your first name, please.
My first name is Tristan. My last name is Mullis. My first name is spelled Trysten. My last name is Mullis, and it's spelled Mullis.
Okay. Counsel, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tristan, what is your date of birth?
September 3rd, 2005.
And where do you currently live?
In Ankeny.
Who do you live in Ankeny with?
My grandmother and my step-grandfather.
Tristan, what grade are you in?
8th grade.
And do you like sports?
Yes.
What kind of sports do you like?
I like to play football.
And do you have a favorite football team?
Yeah, the Iowa Hawkeyes.
What else do you like to do in your free time?
I like to hunt. I like to fish. I like to go on a four-wheeler ride. I like to hang out with friends.
Tristan, what is your mom's name?
Amy.
And what's her last name?
Mullis.
And what kind of things did your mom like to do?
She liked to do puzzles. She liked to help out with the Delaware County pork producers. She liked to help people out.
Prior to living in Ankeny with your grandparents, where did you live?
In Earlville, or outside of Earlville.
And what was your address?
I don't know.
And did you live on a farm?
Yes.
Who did you live there with?
My mom and dad.
And what's your dad's name?
Todd.
And do you have any siblings?
Yes.
What are your siblings' names?
Taylor and Wyatt.
How old are Taylor and Wyatt?
Taylor is 11 and Wyatt is 9.
When you were living on the farm, is there anything that specifically you were in charge of or you liked to do?
I had chickens that I took care of.
And what are how did you take care of those chickens?
I fed them, watered them. I picked up the eggs when it needed to be picked up.
Did you actually sell the eggs to the customers?
Yes.
And how much did you sell them for?
$1.50 per dozen of eggs.
Were you able to keep that money?
Yes.
Now, what kinds of things did you do with your mother?
She took me shopping a lot, like for school clothes. We went to some Iowa Hawkeye football games. Just stuff like that.
When you lived on the farm, who worked on the farm?
We all did.
And when you say we all did, who do you mean?
Both my parents, me, and my brother and sister.
And what kind of things did your mom do around the farm?
She kept the paperwork for the chemicals. She ordered feed for the hogs that we have. She just do a lot of paperwork.
And what kind of things would your dad do on the farm?
He'd do the labor work, like the chores and the field work.
Did doing all the farm work take up a lot of your dad's time?
Yeah.
And did you help a lot on the farm?
Yes.
Sometimes did you actually take time off school to help on the farm?
Yes.
And back in 2018, what was your relationship like with your dad?
Close.
What kind of things would you do with your dad?
Chores. We would go hunting, fishing, go on a four-wheeler ride. We'd farm together, obviously. Just stuff like that.
Did you and your dad talk about how someday the farm would be yours?
Yes.
Did you and your dad also talk about you possibly being homeschooled so you could help even more on the farm?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, I'd like to direct your attention to November 10th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Where were you at that morning?
In the house.
And what's the first thing you remember that day?
Just waking up.
And where did you go after you woke up?
To my room to get my clothes on.
And then where'd you go?
Went upstairs.
Did you at some point leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
My dad.
And when you left the house, who was at home?
My mom and my brother and my sister.
Where did you go that morning?
To the other hog site where we had hogs that needed to be taken care of.
Tristan, tell me a little bit of the farm that you lived on.
We have a house. We got a few grain bins that stored either corn or soybeans. We have a shop, basically, where we do all the maintenance on the equipment and the vehicles. We have actually a storage shed for those vehicles. We have 2 hog buildings, and that's pretty much it.
Ms. Hughes, can you grab the microphone from Mr. Firehelm and set it up by you so everybody can make sure they hear you?
Tristan, would it be fair to say that you had 2 hog barns on the farm?
Yeah, at my house, yes.
And you had indicated a minute ago that morning you left at some point to go to a separate site?
Yes.
Would that be off of your farm?
Yes.
And whose farm did you go to?
It was not really on a farm. It was kind of in the middle of a cornfield along the highway, but it was next to my Uncle Mike's place.
And who did you go with that morning?
My dad.
When you left that morning, who was left at home on the farm?
My mom, my brother, my sister.
Did you and your dad come back to your house or to your farm?
Yes.
And where did you go then?
We went back to the house.
And was it still your mom, Taylor, and Wyatt inside the house?
Yes.
What did you do then?
We ate breakfast.
Who made you breakfast?
My mom.
What was your mom doing when you first walked in before she made you breakfast?
She did not make breakfast like when we walked in. She had already made it. She'd prepared it for us. But when we walked in, she was working on a puzzle.
And who was she working on that puzzle with?
She was alone. She was by herself.
What did you do then after you went inside?
We ate breakfast, talked about how the day was going to lay out and just, I don't know.
Back in November 2018, was there anybody besides you, your mom, your dad, and your brother and sister that worked on your farm specifically?
Yes.
Who else?
My uncle, Mike, my grandpa Leroy, and that's probably about it.
So it was just family?
Yes.
Was there any hired workers that worked on your farm at that time?
No.
After you ate breakfast, what did you do?
We put our plates in the sink and we went outside.
Who did you go outside with?
My dad.
And where did you go when you went outside?
To the hog building.
Did your mom at some point come outside?
Yes.
And do you know what time you went outside?
I can't remember, but I think it was 9:30.
How long after did your mom come outside?
About 2-3 minutes.
Do you remember what your mom was wearing that day?
She was wearing a shirt, sweatshirt, winter coat, and a pair of pants.
No, you said that you and your dad went to the hog barn?
Yes.
Where did your mom go?
To the same one.
When you went to the hog barn, what were you doing?
We were preparing the barn for infant pigs.
So at that point, were there pigs in the barn?
No.
So what were you doing inside the hog barn?
I was carrying heaters. Since it's in the wintertime, it gets cold and they can get sick and die. So we have to carry heaters that heat the pigs so they can stay warm.
What was your dad doing inside the hog barn?
He was putting down these bars that imitates a sow, so that the pigs basically it weans them.
Now, this hog barn that you were in, can you just describe it to us a little bit? What does it look like?
It's kind of an open barn. It's got a roof on it, but it's about a football field long. It's got 24 pins in a barn, 12 on each side. There's a small alleyway that you can walk through to get to one end of the barn to the other. It's pretty much, there's feeders in each of the pins that has a water system connected to it.
What was your mom doing after she came out to the hog barn?
She was cleaning light bulb fixtures.
And how was she doing that?
So she would get on a bucket, a 5-gallon bucket, and then she would reach up to these the light bulbs in the ceiling, and there would be this little glass oval that would go around the light bulb, and it would basically protect the light bulb from being broken and glass discarded on the ground. So sometimes there'd be flies that get in the light fixtures, so she would clean those out.
So would it be fair to say that all three of you were doing different things in the barn?
Yes.
Where were Taylor and Wyatt while the three of you were working in the hog barn?
In the house.
And was anybody else on the farm?
No.
What happened then?
My mom, she kind of, she said she was getting dizzy, and she said that she was bleeding because she had a surgery a few days prior to that day. And so, we just, she just said that she was dizzy and bleeding. So, and then she kind of she said she was getting really dizzy. So we asked her what was wrong, and she said it was nothing.
Now, Tristan, did you see your mom get dizzy, or did she tell you she got dizzy?
I saw her get dizzy.
What did you see her do?
She kind of had to, when she got in a bucket, she had to hold herself from falling off, and she got down and her legs, she was kind of shaky.
What happened then?
Me and my dad both asked her if she was all right.
Did your dad say anything else to your mom at that time?
No, not at that time.
What did you do then?
We continued working.
What happened after you were working?
She kind of did the same thing, but this time we told her that maybe it was better off if she didn't do that job anymore.
Tristan, did you say that to your mom, or did your dad say that to your mom?
We both did.
Did your dad say anything else to your mom?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, I really don't think it's wise for you to stay out here because, I don't want you falling off and getting hurt.
Did your dad ask your mom to do anything else?
Yes.
What did he ask her to do?
So that later that day, after we had gotten done with the hog barn, there was we had to go, I think it was feed or water water the chickens. And we have it's a tote, it's a chemical tote that was not being used, and we put a hose on it so we could store water in that tote. And so we used that for water, a water source to carry water to the chickens. And it was in the shop, and there was cats in the shop, and the skid loader was also in the shop, so we didn't want them running away or possibly getting in an accident.
So, Tristan, did your dad say anything to your mom or tell her to do something?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said if you want to help out, it would mean a lot to us if you would go get the pet cage that was in a barn.
And is that also referred to as like a pet carrier?
Yes.
And do you know where that pet carrier was located?
Yes.
Where was it located?
In the red shed, as we call it.
And how far is the red shed from the hog barn that you were in?
From the front of the barn, it's about 30 yards.
Did your mom actually leave the hog barn?
Yes.
And this carrier, it's kind of big, correct?
Yes.
And what would you approximate? Well, could you give us an approximation of how much you think that pet carrier weighs?
Probably maybe 15 to 18 pounds. I'm not sure.
And your dad asked your mom to get that after she appeared to be dizzy?
Yes.
Did your dad tell your mom where to put it after she got it?
Yes.
Where did he tell her to put it?
They said two things. He said, if you can get it to the shop, that would help. But if you can, If you can't get it, if you can get it out of the barn, that would be also helpful. But if you just can't get it, then just leave it. We'll get it.
Now, where specifically in the red shed was that pet carrier located?
It was kind of against the wall. I want to say it was against the southern wall, something like that.
So you actually saw your mom then leave the hog barn?
Yes.
What were you doing after your mom left the hog barn?
I continued her job.
And what was that?
Cleaning the light fixtures.
And what was your dad doing?
He was doing the same thing that he was doing just when we, before she left.
How long were you and your dad in the hog barn together after your mom left?
Probably about another hour and 30 minutes.
Now, while you were in this barn, you were still working?
Yes.
And your dad was doing his job or working as well?
Yes.
At some point, did you lose sight of your dad?
Yes.
Do you know exactly how long your dad wasn't in your sight?
No.
The time that you didn't see your dad you obviously didn't see your mother either.
Yes.
You did not see your mom at that time? Sorry,
yes.
That was confusing.
Yes.
While you were in the hog barn working for approximately that hour and a half, did you have a watch on?
No.
Did you have your phone with you?
No.
Was there a clock inside the hog barn that you were looking at the time?
No.
Tristan, would it be accurate to say that you don't know how much time you were away from your dad when you were working in the hog barn?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, you swore to tell the truth today, correct?
Yes.
And as Judge Bitter asked you, you know what that means?
Yes.
And you're under oath right now?
Yes.
Now, did you also swear to tell the truth last week when you did a deposition to talk about these same things?
Yes.
And during that deposition, were you asked how long your dad was out of your sight?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you were also under oath?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you estimated that it was approximately.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I proceed, Judge?
Go ahead.
Tristan, during that deposition, you estimated that you were out of your dad's sight for approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yes.
Was that accurate when you gave that testimony?
No.
After the deposition, did you meet with your attorney and did your dad say or tell you to do anything?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He just said, maybe it was too heavy or she couldn't get it or because she was on a weight restriction. So we just thought that, maybe it was just, one of those things where you just can't do it yourself. So he just told me to get it myself.
Now, let me just ask you a few questions, Tristan, about what you just said. You said your mom was on a weight restriction?
Yes.
And what do you mean by that?
It means since she had the surgery, as I earlier said, that she couldn't. She wasn't recommended to lift over 10 pounds, is what she told me.
Now, after you were working in the barn for approximately an hour and a half, did you and your dad had that conversation about how you didn't see the pet carrier by the shop?
Yes.
Where did that conversation with you and your dad take place?
There's an office. It's like an office in the barn that we were working in, and it's where all the paperwork for the both barns go for the pigs, the days, and stuff like that, and just a storage area.
Now, did your dad ask you to go and check the red shed?
Yeah.
And did he ask you to go look for your mom or to go look for the pet carrier?
Go look for the pet carrier.
Where did you go then?
I went to the barn.
And when you say barn, that's also the red shed?
Yes, yes.
So sometimes you guys call it the old red barn or the old shed?
Yes.
Where was your dad when you went into the shed?
He was changing his boots that he had put on because they say it's wise to change boots so you don't spread disease throughout the barns. So we were both wearing different boots, and he had to fill out some paperwork.
Did you then walk to the red shed or red barn?
Yes.
At that point, was anybody else on the farm?
No.
Where did you go then?
I went to the barn.
What did you see when you walked in?
My mom.
And where was your mom at?
She was just inside the door.
And what position was she in?
She was kind of on her hands and knees, face down.
What did you do?
I yelled for my dad.
Did you see anything that was protruding or sticking out of your mom's body?
Yes.
What did you see?
Corn rake.
And where was that at in relation to your mom's body?
In her center back, probably, somewhere around there.
At that point, was your mom responsive?
No.
Did you do anything to see if she was?
Yes.
What did you do?
I checked for a pulse on her neck and her arm, and I put my finger, or my index and my middle finger under her nose to see if she was, if there was breath.
Now, at that point, I think you indicated that's when you called for your dad?
Yes.
What happened then?
He started running.
At that point, did you or your dad call 911?
Yes.
Right then you did?
No, not then, no.
When you say you went and got the truck, what do you mean, what did you actually do?
Went and got in the truck and drove it over to where they were.
And what was your dad doing then?
He was helping Mom out of the barn.
And how was he doing that?
He was kind of had a hand over both of his shoulders, kind of like the Army carried.
And so, did you actually see your dad? What did you do then after you pulled the truck up?
I got out of it, and I saw her, and I got really, I kind of got lightheaded, and then my dad just told me to snap out of it, and I got the door open for him, and I sat in the passenger seat, and she sat in my lap, and we drove off to the house. The truck, yes.
I'm sorry, the truck. And you were in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And at that point, where was your mom?
She was on top of me.
And would it be fair to say, was your mom bleeding?
Yes.
And your dad started driving?
Yes.
While your mom was on top of you and your dad was driving, at any point did you see your mom become responsive?
No.
When your dad started driving, shortly after he started driving, did he do anything?
He called 911.
What happened then?
The operator told him to pull over so we pulled over it was like an area where a house is being built and nobody was there, so we just pulled over.
What happened after you guys pulled over?
We got her out of the car, and the operator, or the truck, I'm sorry, and the operator told us to give CPR.
And did your dad do that?
Yes.
Did police and an ambulance arrive?
Yes.
And what happened after they arrived?
They started doing chest compressions, and they loaded her into the ambulance and drove her off to the hospital.
Did anybody else other than the police and paramedics arrive where you guys were at on the side of the road?
Yes.
Who else came or showed up?
It was by sheer coincidence, but a few friends did.
Where did you go then after your mom got put in the ambulance?
We went back to my house.
When you say we, who were you with?
One of our friends.
And do you recall his name?
Yes.
What was his name?
Michael Krogman.
And is Michael Krogman a neighbor or a friend?
Yes.
And he actually drove you back to your house?
Yes.
Was it just the two of you in the car?
Yeah, the truck, yes.
Sorry, the truck. When you got back, you drove in the truck with Mike Krogman. Did anybody else follow you back to your farm?
I don't remember.
At some point, did some police officers arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes.
Did you show them the area where you found your mom?
Yes.
Now, this area where you found your mom, can you just describe it a little bit more, please?
There's a door. There's two sliding doors. There's chemical totes in there. There was an old wagon in there. It's kind of narrow,
Now, I apologize. The area where you found your mom, is that the same area where the pet carrier is?
Yeah, basically.
Well, you actually have to, where you found your mom is right, if I have this right when you walk in the doors, to your left is where your mom was.
Yes.
And your mom, you indicated, was on her hands and knees face down.
Yes.
And you would actually have to walk a little bit further and turn in order to see where the pet carrier is.
Yes.
Did you then talk with the police and indicate to them where you found your mom?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, after this happened, that day, you went to the hospital.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that this was a very traumatic experience for you?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that you actually felt like you almost were going to pass out when you found your mom?
Yes.
And obviously, what were you feeling after you found your mom?
I just kind of freaked out, and I was, my anxiety level was 0 to 100 in about a split second.
Now, you spoke to police, sheriff, that day at the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they asked you a little bit about what happened that day.
Yes.
And you told them at that time that you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
You also talked to Scott Rieger from the Department of Criminal Investigations. He came to your school a few days later and talked to you.
Yes.
And he also asked you if you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
And you said yes.
Yes.
And lastly, you also talked to a forensic interviewer at the Child Protection Services a couple months after this happened. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you also told that interviewer that you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
But what you're telling us today and what you told us at the deposition is that there was a period of time that you were not with your dad.
Yes.
Now, after this happened on November 10th, 2018, where were you living?
With my dad and my 2 siblings.
And were you living at home on your farm, or did you stay somewhere else for a little bit?
We stayed somewhere else for a little bit.
And who did you stay with?
My dad's parents.
And would that be your grandma and grandpa Mullis?
Yes.
And where do they live in relation to your farm?
About maybe a couple miles away.
Now, Tristan, I just want to go back a little bit and ask you a few more questions about the day that this happened. When you first found your mom, were you able to see your mom's face or her front side when you first found her? And in the area that your mom was found, what's in that specific area?
It's just like a walkway, and there's like chemical totes in there and a wagon that carries fertilizer.
Now, at any point on the day that this happened on November 10th, 2018, did you ever see anybody other than your mom, your dad, and your brothers and sisters on the farm?
Yes.
Who else? I'm sorry, before this happened?
Oh, no.
You indicated a minute ago that at some point you saw other people?
When?
Did you I'll just rephrase my question, I apologize. When you and your mom and your dad were out in the barn, at any point, did you see anybody else on the farm?
Oh, no.
Did you hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
After your mom went to get the pet carrier, did you hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
Did you see any trucks or hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
And after you went home, after this happened, at that point there was some police and some other family members that came over.
Yeah.
What time do you think you worked outside until you found your mom? About what time?
Noon.
Now, Tristan, I want to ask you a little bit about when you were, prior to this happening, you would, did you have your own bedroom at the farm?
Yes.
Would you sleep in your bedroom?
No.
Why not?
Just because, it's downstairs, and it's kind of I'm the only room downstairs, and it just was kind of lonely. I guess I just slept upstairs.
And where would you sleep at your house?
In the living room.
Would you sleep on a couch?
Yes.
And would your dad generally also sleep in that same room?
Yes.
And would that be on a separate couch?
Yes.
And do you know why your dad slept on that couch?
Because, he had back problems, and, there was a certain, inclinement that he would sleep in, and it wouldn't hurt his back, and so, he just kind of slept on that.
Now, did your dad have an iPad?
Yes.
And where would your dad keep that iPad?
There was a little kind of a rectangular box kind of thing. It was like a gift that he had gotten, I think, and he would keep it in that beside the couch.
Now let me back up a minute. Did you have any type of device at this time, back in November 2018 or around that time? Did you have a phone or an iPad?
Yes.
What did you have?
I had a phone, and I had a Kindle, or whatever you want to call it.
And did Taylor or Wyatt have any type of devices?
Yes.
What did they have?
Taylor had a cell phone as well, and they both had a Kindle.
And what if anything, did your mom have, type of device?
She had a cell phone. She had a Kindle as well.
And was there a family laptop or computer that you all used?
Yes.
And where was that device, or was it a laptop?
Yeah.
Where was that usually kept?
It was generally kept kind of next to a door that led up to the deck, but it was kind of in the kitchen vicinity.
And it generally stayed in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Now, this iPad that was your dad's, field or in the tractor, or to use it around the farm?
Yes.
And was there a code to get into this iPad?
Yes.
Are you aware of what that password was?
Yes.
Did you yourself ever use that iPad?
Yes.
When did you use that iPad?
Maybe once, I think, to look up something for Dad, or I think one of those, I can't remember, but I know I did use it a couple times, but it was just to look up stuff.
Now, during your deposition last week, you were asked if you ever used that iPad, correct?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you said you never used it?
Yes.
But today you're saying that you have used it?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
No.
Do you know what year it was?
2018.
Did you ever see your mom use that iPad?
No.
Did you ever see Taylor use that iPad?
No.
Did you ever see Wyatt use that iPad?
No.
Now, Tristan, did you know kind of a lot about your mom and dad's relationship?
Yeah.
Were you aware?
Mom say that, yes, I had an affair.
And then several years later, a couple months before your mother's death, did you ever, well, let me say, in about the summer to fall of 2018, before your mother's death, do you remember a time when you came home from school and your mom was really upset?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically when that was?
I can give you an estimate. It was probably August, late August.
You remember you were in school?
Yes.
And when you came home, what did you observe about your mother?
She was just kind of upset, and she was just upset.
And did she do anything with you? Did she hug you or kiss you?
Yeah.
And then that same day, did you go outside?
Yes.
And did you then have a conversation with your dad?
Yes.
Was it anybody besides you and your dad that day?
No.
And what, if anything, did your dad say to you during that conversation?
He just said that, Mom was upset today and we got in an argument, and it was just about what was going on, and she just kind of got upset about it.
Well, when you say what was going on, your dad actually told you that your mom was talking to another man.
Yes.
During that conversation.
Yes.
And Tristan, was there another time that you were also with your dad around this same time where he was talking to you about his relationship with your mother?
Yes.
And what were you and your dad doing at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying in your deposition that you were burning something, or that your dad might have been burning something?
Yes.
Do you know what your dad was burning?
It's just trash.
And what did your dad say to you during that conversation?
He just said that, have you noticed anything with Mom? Is she getting grumpy, or is she upset with you guys? Is she, is she like texting a lot?
So you talked about your mom and dad's relationship.
Yes.
Now, after this happened on November 10th, 2018, after you learned about your mom's passing, did you ever go out to the red shed yourself?
Yes.
And for what purpose did you go out there?
I just wanted to see what happened.
And how many times would you say you went out there?
2, 3 times.
Now, Tristan, you said earlier that you're staying currently with your grandma and grandpa in Ankeny.
Yes.
And that's your mom's mother and stepdad, right?
Yes.
Have you ever talked to them about the facts from this day?
No.
And did they tell you, or did anybody else in your mom's family tell you what to say today?
No.
And in fact, after you hired an attorney, your attorney told you not to talk to anybody about this other than when you're testifying.
Yes.
Tristan, at any point on November 10th, 2018, prior to you finding your mother, did you see Taylor and Wyatt outside?
No.
So you saw nobody else outside but you, your mom, and your dad?
Yes.
And Tristan, did you do anything to hurt your mom that day?
No.
You were never with your mom in the red shed until you actually found her?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Firehelm, go ahead.
Your Honor, I know it's only 11:35, but with some of the changes we've heard about during this testimony and the fact that we're split up from Mr. Sabers, I think I could do it much more efficient time-wise if I had a chance to review notes and talk to him and get these exhibits lined up.
You want to take a lunch break now?
I think it would be less confusing and more productive if we did that.
Okay, we can do that. Typically, we break for lunch around noon. It's 25 minutes to 12. So, folks, we'll take our lunch break at this point.
So I'm trying to find, did they actually cross Tristan? I don't remember him being crossed. I'm not so sure Tristan was ever crossed. It sounds like he was going to cross Tristan, but I don't. All right. Well, in any event. So that was a rewatch of Tristan's testimony in the criminal trial. Now, when we were watching the post-conviction relief hearing, out of 60 votes, we took a couple polls. Out of 60 votes, should Todd receive a new trial? 61% of you said yes, he should receive a new trial. 38% of you said no. Then the next question was, will Todd receive a new trial? Out of 54 votes, 56% of you said yes, 44% of you said no. So, therapist, I think that answers your question. I think that there is just too many questions either way with this. I don't believe it was an accident, and I don't believe Todd did it. But that leaves me with, then Tristan did it or somebody else did it, right? There's only 4. Accident, Todd did it, Tristan did it, some unknown person. Those are the only 4. I don't know. This is a really, really confusing situation for me. I'm just really confused. Shoulda, coulda, didn't. Yeah, who did it then? I know. Who did it? This one confuses me. It really confuses me because she had 6 holes in her back, but only 4 or 5 holes in her coat. Explain that one. That doesn't make sense. Tristan changed his testimony, and I get it. He's 13 years old. I get it. But he says that, first of all, he said Dad was only out of his sight for a minute and 45 seconds. And then he doesn't remember the next time he testifies. He doesn't remember how long he was gone for. And remember, you have to go, it's like 150 yards one way, do the deed, and then come back another 100. He never once says Dad was huffing and puffing. He was red-faced. He was sweaty. He was out of breath. He never says that. You would think that he would be like, oh yeah, Dad was like out of breath. And I was like, Dad, what's up? Why are you out of breath? You just went to go get water. You would think that would stick in his mind. You know? I don't know. It's a tough one. Well, he's in jail. He's in prison, I should say. I think he should get a new trial only because the defense never put up an expert witness to counteract anything. And I think every trial, I mean, we've watched enough trials. We see experts come up. It's always a battle of the experts. That's why I think. That's the only reason I think. And if a jury, again, finds him guilty, then they find him guilty. That's fine. But I think he should at least have the ability to have experts come on and say, well, we think this is a possibility. That's all. That's where I land. So Seagate, you had no doubt he was guilty. Yeah, I have too much doubt. And then to find out that there was 6 holes in her back, which I got, but there was only 4 or 5 holes in her coat. Like, how does that happen? You know, that again, reasonable doubt. I'd have too much doubt. So, real happy, 33. The appellate court didn't think so he appealed it, but then how did he get to the point where he's having a post-conviction relief trial? How did he get to that point? Somebody had to approve that. How did that happen? And therapists, regardless, I think they proved he deserves a new trial. I would say so. I would say give him a new trial. See where the chips land. See where it lands. But that's just my opinion, and I appreciate everybody else's. Seagate, no new trial. I hear you. Nan R, I don't know what to think about who did this. Where were the other 2 kids? How old were they? They were 11 and 9. Tristan was 13, and Tristan says that they were in the house. If not him, who else? Well, I went through that. Accident, Todd, Tristan, or somebody else. None of it, I mean, to you, I get it. Todd makes sense to you. I get it. To me, it doesn't make sense. Drunky the Bear, the butler did it. Baca says, I do not believe the son's testimony. I watched this trial twice now, and every time I've watched it, the 2 times I've watched it, I'm just like, just doesn't add up. It just doesn't add up. It's not clear cut. And that's where I have reasonable doubt. So what's the old adage? Rather to let 10 guilty people go free than to put 1 non-guilty person in prison. I just have too much reasonable doubt. That's all. Yeah, he did have, his lawyer was, Mr. Fairhelm. He definitely was not. He dropped a lot of balls, in my opinion. Yeah, and Rosenberg, good to see you. The post-conviction relief statute where they are now is another form of relief beyond the direct appeals, which he's exhausted. Gotcha. Real happy 33. There's apparently a separate thing, the post-conviction relief, but he did exhaust all of his appeals, and appellate court didn't think they were okay. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, well, tennis girl, I think he did it, but maybe not on purpose, just in a physical altercation, maybe. Seagate, you think he hated her for cheating? See, that could have been refuted because 3 or 4 of her friends said yes, Todd was going to do something mean to her or bad to her, but then during that post-relief hearing, there was some evidence that would have possibly refuted that. So all we heard was one side. That's my whole point. All we heard was one side. We didn't hear any, to rebut that. So that's all. I think he did enough in that post-conviction relief to show me that there was reasonable doubt. So that's where I land with it. So, all right, you guys, I am going to let you go for the weekend. We have got some family coming in tomorrow. So we are going to, I'm going to let you go. We're going to say goodbye. We will be back on Monday. Hopefully that juror for Monica Sementilli is okay. Yep, Leslie, it's that time of day. Have to skedoodle. Hug your loved ones. Don't forget to change your clocks. Yep, we're springing forward. Seagate, yeah, do I realize how much force was used? Yeah, strong, I know. I agree. All right, have a great weekend, you guys. We will see you. Hopefully Monica's juror is okay and we can pick up again. It's really weird because Miss Silverman, she got in an accident in between her opening statements. So this has been a weird trial for Monica Sementilli, that's for sure. We had a prosecutor get in an accident and we've got a juror getting sick. Unbelievable. So Maddie's mom, have a good weekend. Therapist Brenda Meyer, Shirley Roth, Spring Ahead, Pammy, yes. Gina Farley, Seagate, Shirley Roth, Ken Rosenberg, have a great one, you guys. Sinbad, Time is Subjective, yes. Irish Amy, Krista Limited Edition, thank you. Nan R. Hopefully we'll take some videos and maybe we'll upload some stuff. We'll see. Yep. Cursed Seagate, I hear you. Kara O'Neill, Drunky the Bear, Pammy, Tammy and KS, Baka. Too many unnatural word for a boy of that. Yeah, unnatural words. Yeah. Seagate, you stay safe as well. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you to our mods. OnlyFan, I hope that you are resting. Therapist, thank you. Brat, Hellcat, Fala, Widespread Panic, Florida PI Sam. Thank you, guys. Thank you to our fantastic mods. Thank you to our chat. Thank you to everyone who gifted memberships today and gave us super chats. And, thank you. Really appreciate all that. Have a great weekend. We will see you Monday. We'll pick back up on Monica Sementilli, hopefully. We'll go live at, 11:45, 12 o'clock Eastern. And we will see you guys then. So take care of yourselves. Make sure you go and you look up. Go look at the sky, go touch some grass, go hug a tree, go pet your furry one, go say hello to your loved one, all that good stuff. See you guys. Bye.
Yeah.